When you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something.
That's right. Let's go. Yeah, when you're feeling down and you're out, like you got nothing but doubt, you're alone in the crowd, just trying to figure it out. All of this cloud and this money got you feeling left out. Listen up to me now, every word that's out of my mouth. Wake up, it's me. You gonna follow your dreams, or are you just gonna be another cog in the scene? You feel the hope in this beat, yeah, the hope that you need to proceed and be exactly what you want it to be. I feel right and I'm proud, hype and I'm loud. I'ma shout all about how I feel in the now. Ain't nobody ever gonna try to change me till I'm dead, pushing up daisies. I'm alone in the crowd, I won't feel down. I got hope right now, and I know I'll be found. I don't really care just what all other haters gotta say. I know everything I do is gonna make them fade away.
And when you feel like you're nothing, but you wanna be something. Yeah, well, all you really need is hope. I just want you to trust me if you wanna be something. Yeah, then all you really need is hope.
Let's go. Yeah, it's what you need when you're down, need when you're out. It's what you need when you're sad and when you feel left out. You feel an energy drought and then creeps out, but with a little bit of hope you can figure it out. Keep your head high even when you're down inside. Through the pain you fight and through the painful nights you keep striving, keep trying, keep driving, rising, keep thriving, surviving. Nothing's in your way but yourself. Don't need nobody's help. You can make it through this hell. Take it one step at a time, one step as you climb. If you fail you'll be fine. Get back up to the grind and never lose sight of your mission. Be driven. This life is a prison if you don't have vision. You're in it to win it, so get it, don't miss it. Your chances now, so be something somehow. Don't let yourself down.
Deployed in a few weeks, stated that he is friends with one of the DA witnesses, Detective Sirois, Sirois. And he says he is close friends with Detective Sirois's kid. Apparently his kid and Sirois's kid are in something together. And he also talked with the detective about spending 5 weeks searching for Gannon. So that would be juror 6 in the seat today. Prosecution, you have a position. Mr. Tellini? Yeah, I intend to excuse him. So he is, so that's juror number 6. Then juror, the person who is in currently seat number 9. She called and says it's a work issue. She works 3 12-hour shifts Thursday through the weekend, but she's off on Friday, so I guess it would be Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, and says she does not believe she can maintain that pace for 6 weeks. Request to be released. Prosecution. Mr. Tellini? All right, I will release her as well.
That's number 9, Kim Elizabeth.
Correct. And then juror number 18. I think we're okay, actually. Did she have any further follow-up?
No, she did not.
The only issue that you may need to be aware of, she contacted us asking about court care. And I think it was last week that we didn't have court care for like 2 days or something like that. So it may be an ongoing issue, but I intend to leave her on. And juror Then juror number 23. Juror number 23 was in seat 11 on day 2. That may, you may be able to recall who this person was when I tell you the comment. Uh, he had concerns over the DA questioning on beyond the reasonable doubt and the 1 + 1 = 2 example. Said the juror is concerned that the answer that he gave has impacted his credibility with other jurors and he felt compromised. He said it's on his mind and it may be impacting his health. Prosecution. I believe he was one of the engineers because I think I remember the follow-up question of, well, what if the integer is a -1? So if you want a minute to think about that, that's fine. You have all the information. I'm not holding anything back. These are just voicemails that were left with us. And that's all he said. I can follow up with him and ask and see what you want to do after that. Okay. All right. I can do that. Juror number 28 has checked with his employer and he said there is no way that he can be on a trial for 6 to 8 weeks. He will not get a paycheck during that time. I intend to excuse him. That would be juror 28. I will pass this on for what it's worth. Again, I'm just reading the comments that I have gotten from the jurors. I'm not editing, so 1085. 1097. Juror 29 said she contacted her employer and the issues with her employer have been worked out. She also says she's a volunteer for the jury and would rather be on the jury than a backup. She says it's better for the employer. Not exactly sure what that means, but you have the same information I have. Juror 32 says she's a teacher who has actual class on Thursdays, and the other 4 days is like she's a tutor online for, or she's in school. HR says if the juror works Thursday, then she's responsible for students all week. It's difficult for her to be in court 4 days a week. Being responsible for keeping up with students, 4 days of jury service would be paid. However, if the juror does not work on Thursday, she's not paid for that day. She's trying to work it out, but she's not getting very far. I will follow up with her. That would be juror 32. Juror 53. Juror 53. I think I recall this person. She is a little bit older, and she says she contacted our division about medical issues. She has sciatic pain on the left side, and sitting aggravates it. She wants to stay active and help the pain. Um, I think because of the sitting, she's concerned and she requests to be disqualified. Prosecution 53.
Yes, I wonder what she would say if she's reminded.
I'll ask her. Okay. Juror 41. And I recall this woman because there's something else I wanted to put on here. This was the woman whose son is in DOC, and she described that it caused her some degree of anxiety when she came into the courtroom. And she says she cannot do this day after day. She says court is an unpleasant experience. She says she's not been sleeping or eating since she was here for jury selection on March 22, and she feels that if she's in trial, she will have a breakdown. I have to admit that when we got to the end of that day and she saw that she was coming back, I remember her being in tears on that day. So I am inclined to release her. Prosecution. Mr. Tellini. Okay, I am going to release her. Juror number 63 spoke with her employer, and she does get paid for jury service, but only for limited jury service. She does not get paid after 5 days. She says then it's unpaid, and she believes that she would be unable to go without pay for that length of time of trial. So I will release juror 63 as well.
Question on 63.
I'm sorry. It is a male. I'm sorry. You're right. No, you're right. You're right. No, I misspoke. I am releasing 63. Yeah, he contacted his employer. I think this was the guy that said, yeah, I think I get paid, and then he found out that he doesn't get paid for as long as what he thought. Juror 44. Oh, this was the guy that called about because he has a large truck, and I think we've got that figured out. So I will follow up with some of these others. Well, he identified himself by name, which is how, let's see, 2702, let me make sure. Oh, we have. This is, yeah, he's not in seat. Yeah, accept that. Oh, got it. Yeah, right. Wrong chart. Okay, he is in seat, whoops. He is, where'd he go? I have 2702 as juror. Oh, there he is. He's in seat 17 on the 11 o'clock chart. So, and I think we got that worked out. Okay, so for sure I'm in the right place here. Working on it. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Up here. Seat 277. Seven. Okay. So here's what I did. The person who is currently sitting in seat number 6, that is the person that knows Detective or Sergeant Soros. Where is it? Detective Soros. That person is excused. The person sitting in seat 9 is excused. I will follow up with person in seat 18 regarding court care. Person in seat 23 is the one that was asking the DA, or that had a comment about the DA questioning on beyond a reasonable doubt and feels that his credibility has been impacted and it's on his mind. I will do a follow-up question with him. Juror 28 is being excused as a result of work issues. Juror 29, you can follow up if you want to. That's the person that said they've got it worked out with their employer. I will also follow up with juror in seat 32 that has sciatica issues, and see if standing and all of that will help her. Or no, that's not that. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's not the sciatica. Sciatica is the next one. This is the one that has the work issues as the teacher. And that is, she is in seat 32 currently. The next one, 1605. Juror 53 is the one with the sciatica issues. I'll follow up with her. Juror 41 is being excused. And juror 63 is also being excused. So people that I have being excused, excuse me, are jurors 6, 9, 28, 41, 63, with follow-up to jurors 23, 32, and 53. That answer your question, Mr. Young?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Anything from the defense?
Was up 18, were you gonna present follow up on the court hearing?
Yes. Yes. The only
Engineer.
that is seat number 23, and I will follow up with him to see what he's talking. He says this issue is on his mind and it may be impacting his health. I don't know what he means by that. So that's where we are. Go ahead and bring him in. Oh, okay.
Just so you understand how this is going to work.
Sure.
Are we going to designate which seats are occupied? And how are they going to fill in gaps that end up on this box?
Okay, wherever, the best way to think about this is, once we have our 50 that you can start exercising peremptories on, and I don't know whether that's going to be this morning or this afternoon, but it's fair that you be able to look at everybody so you know who the pool is. So we got the pool, and everybody that is there, and none of those people are going to be excused. So what will happen then is you can exercise your peremptories anywhere in the room. And the best way to describe it in this case, the highest seat number jurors, the last 6 are going to be your alternates. That makes sense?
13 to 18.
Yeah, step up here and I'll show you. It's a little bit easier to show you. Okay. So let's assume everybody is here. We have, let's assume everybody's here, including the strikes, because I'm not going to send really anybody out. Well, no, say I excuse these people. So I excuse these 4. So these seats are vacant, right? So by default, all these people slide down. So this person then takes this chair if they're selected. So you can use your 16 anywhere that you want. And then let's assume that these are your last 6 jurors chosen along here. Those are going to be your alternates, with this being alternate 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Assuming they end up down here.
Correct.
Assuming that's what's in the box.
Assuming that they end up in the box, right?
Yeah.
Is that,
And then they're just gonna snake in, so this will person will
Right.
go here.
everybody's going to slide down.
Yeah, we'll come up.
Okay.
Yep. Does that, anybody have any questions? That
No.
make sense to everybody?
Yep.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay. Not that that record's going to help a bit, but we had it and they had the diagram. So there we are. Okay. Is there anything else that we need to take up from the prosecution?
I'm sorry, Judge.
Anything else we need to take up?
I don't know if you want to do this now or when we get, before we do opening, but we intend to dismiss count 3, which is abuse count. And so for we charge this case
Right.
with child abuse. Knowing, first read child under 12 was originally count 1. Child abuse resulting in death was count 2. That was done before gangs remains were found. Once gangs remains were found, and we got more evidence on scene. And then count 3 doesn't really fit. So we'll be dismissing count 3, going forward on counts 1 and 2.
Let's do that before openings. That would make more sense. Yeah, nope, I appreciate that. Anything else from the prosecution? From the defense, Mr. Tellini or Mr. Cook?
I'll do it before. I do have a motion regarding I'm maintaining my position regarding the changes. I can either do it now or.
Let's wait until after. We'll do it just before opening statements. That work? Okay, all right. All right, let's go ahead and bring him in. No, but it seems to be working, and that's all that's all that counts.
Instead of the benches.
So- Oh, okay. Oh, they're not switching out anymore.
So, true crime with Shannon, I want to answer your question. Lawn crime will have access to the exact same things as we do. It's only the WebEx cameras. That is it. That is all. They did not allow lawn crime to put a camera in, to my knowledge. That's been the plan since the beginning of this, and that's why lawn crime isn't airing it live. Basically, they're just, or they're airing it live the same as we are, but, they're not putting it on their show, they're just doing it from their YouTube page. So, the West Trail is on recess until April the 10th. They have several scheduled breaks throughout their trial, which is why it's expected to last until June. The other thing is, like, I'm not sure, somebody went to go watch it on Law and Crime, and it says pay to watch. Obviously, I and many other YouTube channels are streaming this completely free. Do not go somewhere that you have to pay to watch this trial. It is a free trial to the public. So don't put this, don't send money to somebody for Law and Crime, for example, if it's truly pay to watch, because I can even give the WebEx link if you guys want to watch it from there rather than in a chat with people. So yes, I do know that Missing in Crimes. I have actually streamed jury selection the entire week that it was going on. This is part of the jury selection process that they are eliminating to try to get the final 18 jurors. And I have that scrolling at the bottom of the screen here if you guys have anybody else coming in new and stuff like that, so that people understand. We will have a video feed once the final 18 people have been selected. But what they need is they need a pool of 50 people so that both sides can use their 16 strikes basically to get who they want to be in the jury selection in there. So they'll have 12 jurors and then 6 alternates for 18 total.
That's what I was. That's what I was Cute. Yeah, because we still got that one. This row.
Yeah, Mel, that's what people are saying, that they put it on their premium channel. Whenever I went to go look, because somebody said that in the chat, I was honestly amazed. You know, obviously people send super chats, they gift memberships, they donate if they feel necessary, but to actually like force somebody to pay to watch a trial that's completely free, it's
Third
not.
grade sitting shark, not as easy as everybody thinks.
So that was the judge, Cray Cray. They are audio only right now. That's Judge Gregory Warner. This is what he looks like, kind of. He looks a little bit scruffier than this the last time we actually did see him on camera. He is the presiding judge over this case. He's been absolutely amazing so far. This here is the prosecution team. Mike Allen is in the middle. And then I can't remember their names. But that's the prosecution team. And then the defense team
The
is
film and counsel
Delaney
approach,
and
please.
William Cook. So as far as the Vallow trial goes, if he's not going to talk, hold on. He might be talking in a second.
Counsel approach again, please.
Right now, what is going on, guys, is they are trying to get all the potential jurors back in their seat. Then they will dismiss the 4 people, talk to the 4 that he said he needed confirmation from, and then they will bring in the second group of jurors at 11.
So 46.
Yes, and so as far as the Vallow trial goes, guys, they are East Idaho News is paying for
We have to go back. Okay.
the
Court will call. All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
That was so much better than the last time you guys were here. We're gonna start out again, and I'm gonna have all of you stand and raise your right hand, please. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law to answer truthfully the questions asked by the court or counsel concerning your service as a juror in this case?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and have a seat. I wanted to follow up because some of you have contacted this division, and I want to follow up and make sure that I have the right jurors and the right issues, and then see if there are any others that I may have missed. And I know that it's going to be a little bit confusing to all of you because the last time that you were here, you were probably sitting in different seats. And so we're all doing our best. And we'll try and get through it. So juror number 6 over here. Yes, juror number 6. I just wanted to make sure. You had said that you were or you knew Detective Siroy. Okay. And you were also close friends and know his kids well. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. And then juror number 9, second from the end. You were the one that was working the 12-hour shifts Thursday through the weekend. Do I have that right? Right. Okay. Juror 18 in the front. You had called to ask about court care. Did you get that all resolved? Okay, just wanted to follow up. And then juror. This is the right one. Hold on just a minute here. Juror 23, I think in the back. Did you, for on the end there, ma'am? Yes, that would be you. Juror 23, did you contact the court? Oh, whoops. Yep, you're right. Juror 23. I knew that. There we go. All right. Juror 23. You had contacted the court and said that you had some concerns. Um, you said that after the questioning in the court that there was something that was on your mind, and you said that it might be impacting your health. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Okay. Do you think that that was as a result of being here and some of the stress that you were under here? Okay. Juror 28 on the end here in the front. You said that you had contacted your employer and are not, there's no way that you can do a 6 to 8 week trial because you won't receive a paycheck. You contacted your employer. All right. And juror 29, you had also contacted the court and said that you've got it worked out with your employer? Won't be that way. The way an alternate works is that you're here the whole time. Okay, yeah. No, so yeah, I think we have your concern addressed. Juror 32, you had contacted us and said that you're the teacher, right? Okay. And help me understand this, because the message that I got is that you only get paid for the whole week if you're working there Thursday. What is that? Okay. So we're good? We're okay. All right. Okay. Okay. That's okay. That's what I wanted to follow up with. Okay. And juror 16. Yes. Did you have a doctor's note for me?
I do.
Okay. If you would hand that to Mr. Combs, please, and I'll get to that in just a moment. Thank you. Okay. And juror 53, back row, you called and said that you had some sciatica issues. Does it help if you can get up and stand? And you're also going to be, it's not a whole lot better, don't get me wrong, but the chairs are a little bit better than what you're sitting in. Okay. Okay. All right. And juror 41, you had contacted the court as well? Striped shirt. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You had contacted the court and said that being here in the courthouse was causing you some stress. How are you doing? Well, I remember when you got the card that had your report back. I remember that you were a little teary when you got that. So it was, and it sounds like it's not gotten better. Okay. And juror 63, let's see, something's not right here. I think you guys reverse those. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I mean,
Now this makes a little bit more sense. And juror 63, there we are. Yep, nope. Face matches the name. Works great. Okay. Juror 63, you had said that originally you thought that you were paid for jury service, and it turns out that you are, just not as long as what you thought. Okay. All right. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. When you all were last here, you were all qualified to sit on this jury. However, I know that circumstances may have changed. I've spoken with some jurors. Is there anyone else whose circumstances changed that I've not spoken with? Whoops. All right, juror number 4. What's the circumstance that's changed?
I'm currently having an issue with DFAS. Categorize me as AWOL.
Okay, so what is the issue?
So they categorize me as absent without leave. And so I'm not getting paid, and I have to go to the finance department that's only open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday to get it fixed. And I have to sit there and talk to them, and I have to go talk with the JAG officers, explaining I never left, I'm still at my station of duty, and stuff like that.
Okay, we've had other military people. I think we may still have some military people on here. Why, what is different about your circumstance?
So DFAS controls pay.
Okay,
I'm not getting paid because they put a blockade on it, and I have to go to them to get it fixed so I can start getting my pretty much my payback, all my
and,
pretty much the military has put a hold on my account,
okay,
and I have to fix it first before I can do anything, because if I don't fix it, it'll start a cascade of problems.
okay. And is a letter from me going to help that?
Maybe. I have honestly no idea, sir. We're currently right now, the issue is I had a deletion of orders to go overseas, and currently finances still have it in their system that I was supposed to go there. And right now the fight is saying I got the canceled.
Oh, so that doesn't have to do with this case, though. That occurred sometime before, right?
Yes, sir. But still, as of right now, I have not been paid by the military, and I got that.
Okay, I think I understand. Anyone else in this group? Juror number 15.
I've had a dental emergency over the weekend. That's what this is. It's going to require a root canal. I haven't scheduled that. Or it's okay. But I don't know what's happening.
So if it happened over the weekend, it sounds like maybe you haven't spoken with the dentist yet?
No, I went in to see him on Friday,
Okay,
and he gave me antibiotics just to stop the progression,
okay,
schedule a root canal.
okay. Okay, let me think about that one. Anyone else in this front row? On the end, juror 10? Anyone else in this group here? Anyone else in this group? Juror 24? Okay. I think we'll be done by May 25. Anyone else in this group over here? Juror 39. Juror 39. Yes. But it's not scheduled. Okay. Anyone else in this group over here? Juror 40. Yes. What kind of work is it?
I designed for it.
Anyone else in this group over here? Looks like juror 49. Yes, sir.
Yes, I did not let you guys know at the beginning that my, I'm a single homeowner. Only pays me 3 days of, with me being a single homeowner, it'd be kind of hard for me to, I don't know how the court system pays.
Right. Anyone else back here? Juror 54. Over here. Juror 30. As I said, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 weeks. I've already spoken with you. You're 45, I believe it is. Yes. I was going to ask about that.
I also talked to my boss and only two of us. I'm gonna be able
I just want to make sure I understand this right. Your pregnancy may be an issue for service here, but you're going to still serve as a kickboxing instructor?
Yeah, I mean, I can teach without actually having to do it.
Okay. Just making sure I'm following the whole progress here. Okay. And in the third row there, juror 61. Yes, ma'am.
Scheduled several appointments. I myself have come down with the back.
Else in this back group? Back. Juror 74. Yes. Right. And juror 75, you sort of went like this. Wasn't sure if you were actually raising your hand, not raising your hand. What's going on? All right, the last time that we were here, we had also talked about the publicity this case has received. Those of you who are here all said that you could put the publicity and other people's opinions aside and decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom. We also talked about the need to guard against exposure to publicity and anyone's opinions regarding this case from the time you were last here to now. Is there anyone who believes that they have been exposed to any opinions or stories since we were last together, and you don't think you could put those opinions and stories aside and decide this case based on the evidence you hear in the courtroom? Please raise your hand. Response? Do some checking here. Give me just a moment. Is there anyone that I've not spoken to who believes that they could not serve on this jury for the period of time, or either because it involves the circumstance that it does? No response. The people who have returned to this courtroom were all selected to return in this case because you all agreed that you could decide this case in a fair and impartial manner. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve in a fair and impartial manner? Please raise your hand. No response. All right. Council approach, please.
Miss O, for the actual trial, we will have video. It will not be audio only. We will be, they will do this. They're going to select 18 jurors, and then they will do opening statements. I'm expecting opening statements probably after lunch. The next set of jurors isn't due in until 11, which is an hour from now. So they'll get these ones sorted out, and then they'll get those ones sorted out, and hopefully have 50 left to choose from. That would be even better, though, with what they dismiss right now if they have 50 left from there. Hi, Graham. How are you? Hi, Jen Joya. You hit the twilight zone. I have my backup channel running too, Ramblin'. So that's probably why. And that's just because that way there's content on it. I mean, technically that's where we were going to do court trials, but Gannon's trial is important to me, and I couldn't picture not covering it with me being like right there with it the whole time. Oh, absolutely. I think a lot of people were expecting to walk into today and it just jumped straight into court. And that's just not the case. You know, we watched jury selection, if you guys are interested in that, for the last week, week and a half almost. And so a lot of us already knew, you know, we were going in with 110 jurors today. Actually, it's a little bit over 110. I'm just not sure of the final number. And the judge did that because he was expecting that whenever they came back that they would only have about half because of people who have life changes, people who are just going to come up with excuses basically not to be there and different things like that. So I'm curious if we will hear the Denver omelet speech today. I don't know what type of instructions exactly they will give to the jury after they're actually seated. So that'll be interesting to hear, I think.
Okay. I'm going to excuse you, stay in your seat until we get to the end. And then all you can wait to one side. But you're number 4, 6, 9, 15. I call for excuse with some court.
Hi, so still here. I was trying to take a lower chair because my feet are hanging. Do you want?
Oh, there's- Not just yet.
Well, she just.
Not just yet.
Just the chair, not the position.
Oh,
Position. I'm sorry.
you be in the same position? Yeah, that's fine.
It's
No,
okay.
no.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Your Honor.
It's all good. Oh, I see. Yeah, I see what you're doing. Yeah, no, that's fine. Perfectly fine.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay, no, it's all good. Yeah, so.
See, I never know whenever you guys are on the backup channel on accident because I can see both chats at the same time. It looks like everybody's just in one group. BC usually catches it because usually I'll be like, hi, so and so, or like, hi, Awaken the Art, hi, Ramblin' Rome. And then she'll go over and check and be like, who are you saying hi to? She used to message me, who are you saying hi to all the time? And I'm like, they're there. I swear they are. I swear it. But then she realized that they're in the back chat or in the other stream. I probably won't put it up this time. Tomorrow. Christina, they will be doing jury selection probably until lunchtime. After jury selection, we will be doing opening statements. And I believe they said that they have an hour each for opening statements. So, and then the judge told them on whatever day we were here last, I think Tuesday it was, that they're not required to present evidence today. But if Mike Allen wants to start presenting evidence, then he is okay with that. But he wasn't going to require it. So my
All right.
guess is,
Is there anything, Is there any reason why anybody believes that they could not serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case if selected to serve? Please raise your hand. If you are in this room, you should anticipate that you will be on this jury. So if there is any reason that any of you have that causes you to think why you could not serve on this jury, please raise your hand. No response. All right, counsel approach, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do at this point, oh, sorry, Beck. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do at this point in time is we are going to select the jury in this case. The jury is actually selected by a process of deselection, and we've spoken about that before. What that means is that you will see the attorneys handing a sheet back and forth between themselves. And when we get done, I will read the numbers of the jurors who will, or the numbers of the people who will serve as jurors in this case. Okay, let's check. 2, 3, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38, 32, 46, 47, 50. And this does take a while. I think what we'll do is, well, actually, for this part, we do need to have everybody in the jury room, so, or in the courtroom. So it will take a little bit of time. You can feel free to stand, stretch, talk quietly amongst yourselves if you want to do that. That's right. I heard a voice somewhere. Oh, hold on, hold on. Juror 20, yes, ma'am. Have they been given any more information about you? Was that the question? Not for me. No, they, anybody is, it's not uncommon that one side or the other or both will sometimes see what information they can find out about a potential juror, a potential judge even, and potential witnesses. But there's no other information that was given to anybody by us, by the courts. Maybe that's the best way to put it. Does that answer your question? Yes. Right. Right. Yeah. Those questionnaires that you filled out. Right. No, remember the comments that I made was that the court staff, the attorneys, and their staff will know who you are, but nobody else does. Because constitutionally, they're entitled to know that information. No one else is. Does that answer your question? Okay.
It's like a long silent pause, and I don't know if it's because I've had him turned down or what happened. Um, Cristola, they are so at 11 o'clock, they're gonna have 11 o'clock their time, so 1 o'clock Eastern, depending on what time zone you're in. They're gonna have the next grouping of jurors come in, and then from there, they will again ask people if they had any life changes, if they're not able to be there for the 6 weeks, and all of those things, right? And then the defense teams will get to defense and prosecution out of the remaining pool of jurors, and they're hoping to have at least 50 sitting there. Out of that remaining pool of jurors, they are going to be able to select 16 jurors each and get rid of them, basically. And then that should leave us with 18 jurors left. So that's how this process is going to work. Then I am going to assume that it will be around lunchtime, and they will probably take lunch at that point. And then whenever we come back in, that they will be doing their opening statements. And we know that they have reserved an hour, I believe it was, for each side for their opening statements. And the cameras will be on for that. We will start having cameras once the jurors are in their seat. So that's where we're at, though. We're just waiting now for the final selection and things like that. Did he say that they were taking a break? I'm sorry, guys, because my husband called right whenever he started talking. Nana Barb. Yeah, it is. It's bittersweet. Um, Honestly, though, whenever you sit here and you look at it, this is a good day. His family has waited for this day for 3 years. And I go back to Landon during that press conference. She even said during the press conference that it was a bittersweet day because, of course, they found out that Letecia had done what she did. But it was sweet at the same time because she knew that they were going to get justice for him. And she said she wouldn't stop until they did. Hi, Jennifer. Yeah, bittersweet. Sure, I think she's evil. Me as a judge. Yeah, you're perfect. Absolutely, Elizabeth. It's just really difficult. And I commend the people who aren't just like making excuses and trying to get out of it and different things like that. I commend them for going there and sitting on this jury. We need people who are willing to be jurors for the way our court systems work, for the process to work. And so God bless each and every one of these people that are there. If that fails, if all else fails, then Mel is going to get a bus and we are going to get some traveling jurors out there so that we can go from court case to court case and make sure that justice is served all around the world. Hi, Emily. Done walking the puppy. Good. Good, good, good. Welcome back. Hey, Tim, I appreciate you stopping in. I know you are a busy panel man. I just want to say to you guys, I appreciate so much my moderators and everybody who has been able to be here. Like, I love you guys. They're doing so great in the mod chat, even like taking turns. Like, hey, I have to go do this for a little bit. Can somebody sit in? And then they're like alternating very well and working together. And I have such an amazing, amazing mod team. I appreciate the heck out of each and every one of them. And for everyone who has joined us each day too. The chat is so important too. Andrea, welcome to the Sleuth Fam. Thank you for joining. Welcome to the family. Now you get a really cool Sonic emoji. 9 months, Emily. That's so awesome. Thank you so much for being a member for 9 months. It's crazy to think that I've had memberships that long. Yeah, I couldn't be objective either. I think about this every single time that we sit there and we watch family members in the background while their loved one is getting justice. And I don't know how they do it. I don't know how family members can sit there and quietly watch the horrific details and things like that. It's mind-blowing. But they do it. So many of them do it with just grace and strength and perseverance. You've been a member for 9 days. Yes, Rexy. Welcome. Yeah, justice for Gannon. Absolutely. You're in Argentina and you'd love to be serving as a juror for Gannon's case. Yeah, Mel's going to get her business off the ground. We're going to go get everybody traveling jurors. Right. I agree. I get it. Legit reasons. But then there are other people who, don't want to be. Thank you, hun. He is. He's the voice of reason. He's on panel everywhere. Everywhere. You can't you can't go into a stream that has an open panel and listen for longer than a few minutes without B Tim popping up. Yes, the Daryl Brooks trial, for example, that's a good one. It would be so hard to sit there and just listen to the crazy. We will have video, Laura, once the jury is seated. Once they have them picked out, then they will switch us over and we will have video and audio. But that's likely going to be after lunch, probably around 3 p.m. Eastern, I would think. That seems to be the judge's favorite time frame to like go to lunch and then come back, usually between 3 and 3:15. But they're not on lunch right now. I think they're just, I don't know what they're doing, to be completely honest. He's not muted. He's just kind of sitting there. So they might be reading through paperwork, looking through the next set of jurors that are going to come in, because they have about 40 minutes before those jurors are supposed to be there. So because they had the first set of 75 come in at 9, and then the second set was supposed to be back at 11. So yes. Hit the like button. Absolutely. We're it. Let me look. 158 for likes. Wow, thank you, Emily. Thank you. Let's see. They are, Laura. They're super heartbreaking. Let me see where. Yes, discernment. Absolutely. Just trying to look. You wish you still lived in Colorado Springs and were still on the jury. Hi, Beaver. Yes, Gannon strong. Blue hearts for Gannon. There's just so much. There's so many things happening right now, right at the same time. The Daybell trial and things like that one is so complicated, and I'm so frustrated that they're not allowing like daily streaming of that, because I feel like if any trial needed to be seen, it's Gannon's, the West Boys, the Daybells, so that there could be clarity for exactly what in the world is going on in those cases. Like the Daybell case is such a puzzle and maze, and it's just there's so many details. And this is the same way, Letecia tried to make her own puzzle out of everything and tried to confuse everybody and just make it as chaotic as she could. Brittany. I would assume that Alan Landon would be in the courtroom, likely after the jury is seated. I don't picture them missing opening statements for their sons for the trial. Not even a little bit. I'm sure they'll be there. They're probably already there waiting for the jury to get set. That way they don't miss anything. That was a big part of not wanting to change the court date again, too, because so many family members had to travel and fly in. And they wanted to make sure that people who were coming from out of town, like Landon's mom, if she's there, Aunt V, if she wanted to come, things like that. They wanted to make sure that everyone who wanted to be there was able to and had time to request off work and all those things. I mean, this is a 6-week stay they're going to have to do. Thank you so much, Emily, for gifting a membership. Welcome, Jana, to the family. Welcome, welcome. He looks like your grandson. Yeah, I feel like the public and the family should at least be able to hear the trial. It's very sad for the Daybells, absolutely. Yes, Bieber, it's like years for that case. So long. I hope there is a change on how institutions take a closer look to ensure a better care of children. Yeah. BJ breaks. Let me check. Did you send it today? It might have went. I've been having an issue. I don't know what's going on lately, but for some reason, a lot of my mail is going to the junk box, and I don't know why. BJ, I'm not seeing an email here. Let me drop my email again for you. What do you think her goal was by refusing to attend court, like in the beginning? I think she doesn't want to face what she did. And if she goes there, if people have to look at her and she has to sit there and listen, she can't lie anymore. There's no way for her to sit there and lie to these people and baffle them with all of the craziest. She can't make up anything anymore. She can't hide behind anything. And so that makes it, she doesn't want to be there. She just doesn't want to be there. Okay, let me check. Nikki, I'm not seeing anything actually. Could be losing it though. Let me look. Brittany Roberts, I have no idea how they can go back 3 years and determine she was having a psychotic break that day during that time period. I don't know. But the worst part about it is they don't even have to prove it.
Every night. For a limited time, save $300 on select Tempur-Pedic mattresses and experience your best sleep every night. Learn more at TempurPedic.com.
Selection began today in the first-degree murder trial of an El Paso County woman. Letecia Stauch is accused of killing her 11-year-old stepson, Gannon Stauch, in January of 2020 and dumping his body under a highway bridge in Florida. News 5's Ashley Portillo listened to the first day of jury selection. She joins us in studio with a look at what happened. Ashley.
Well, Allison, with this being such a high-profile case and the length of this trial, the judge had said that jury selection could last up to 2 weeks. Then the trial and presenting of all the evidence in this case is expected to take about 6 weeks. Now, the day started today with 75 potential jurors showing up to court this morning. Many of them told the judge they do have conflicts like work, school, and health concerns. Others said that they do have strong feelings about crimes involving children or have already formed their own opinions on this case. So by midday today, more than half of those potential jurors had already been dismissed. Today, I also spoke with a retired judge about the jury selection process in a case like this.
The fact that it's been a period of time, 3 years, and has lapsed, that there will be many people, many jurors that won't have a distinct recollection about what's going on. And that'll make it easier on both the prosecution and the defense to be able to say, okay, your knowledge about this case is very limited. That's the kind of jury that we're looking for at this point in time.
Prosecutors were then given 2 minutes to present their case against Letecia Stauch. DA Michael Allen gave a timeline of those events and then described Gannon's injuries, which did include burns, stab wounds, blunt force trauma, and a gunshot wound to his head. The defense also spoke afterwards, saying, quote, "You will not hear any type of reasonable explanation why Letecia Stauch would have done this." They also said that during trial, you'll also hear from friends, neighbors, teachers, and other people saying Letecia was a loving stepmom, but that her mental health was declining. Now, for trial, 12 qualified jurors will be selected, along with 6 alternates. And opening statements in that trial are expected to begin on April 3rd. Judge Gregory Warner also said that prosecutors and the defense should be finished presenting all of that evidence in mid to late May. Allison.
Ashley, thank
Okay, sorry. I had a phone call, so I needed to play something. Oh no, your power is going in and out. I'm so sorry, frazzled mom. As far as the DID diagnosis goes, so the defense just gets to say it. And it's up to the prosecution to prove that the defense is incorrect. So they could literally just say that she is guilty by reason of not guilty by reason of insanity, and that she has DID, and then they can sit there and take a nap, as the judge has said time and time again to us. And they have no burden of proof on the defense. They don't have to prove that she was sane. Or that she was insane. They don't have to prove anything at all, period. It's up to the prosecution to go in there and prove that she is sane and that she did in fact commit this crime, even though it's an affirmative defense. So it's frustrating because in that aspect, that means that the psychologist opinion or whoever is saying that she has DID, it's just presented as if this is for sure what happened and that this is what T is. And if you don't believe it, well, prove that we are wrong, basically. And so this is going to come down to a battle of psychologists, I think, whenever it comes to the DID defense. But not only that, the fact that they have so much evidence of what he did before and after everything happened. I mean, we've looked at her planning up beforehand, her Google Google searches and things like that. We've looked at the text messages between Albert and T on the night that he burnt himself on the candle. We've looked at the pictures and the video of him crying, all of that leading up to his death. We know that there are other photos that exist because T tells us that they took a selfie in that truck that day so that she could prove that he was alive. There are other things I'm sure that she took videos or pictures of that she probably deleted from her phone and didn't send anywhere that they'll be able to pull up and find. We also know that she was communicating with Albert about headphones just 20 minutes after she killed Gannon. Like, this evil witch was able to kill his son and then stand there and text him while she's cleaning up his blood about headphones. It's infuriating and it's frustrating. Yes, this broadcast will be saved as well as the entire trial. I will be streaming it every single day, and it will be here for you guys to look back to or clip from, whatever you need to do. It's here. Yeah, she was stable enough to stand there and demand an apology right after she drove to his remains and put them in the back of the car, stopped and did that interview with Spencer Wilson on her way out of town and demanded an apology. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on the chat. Yeah, Andrea, we didn't know about the burns until, well, we didn't know officially about the burns until Mike Allen came out and said it during his opening statement to the jury that was about 2 minutes long. But there were pictures and other evidence that she had sent to Albert, about the burns. If you remember. Oh, is he coming back? I hear him clearing his throat. They'll likely talk about the jurors that are coming in right before they come in, similar to what they did this morning whenever they first came on. Yeah, Steve, she's crazy like a fox, and Al should have seen the red flags that his wife was cruel and resented his children. No, I don't know. I mean, the parents, I'm not going to sit here and I'm sure that they will beat themselves up for the rest of their lives about what they could have, should have, would have, did, about what they could have changed to make things different. The only monster in this case is T. And that's my opinion on it. That's it. Will the trial be public? Yes. It is public on WebEx. It is also being streamed here, and I'm sure several other channels. Do not go to Law and Crime and pay to see it. I can give you the WebEx link if you prefer to not be in this chat. They will have the same 3 cameras that we do. The fact that they put it behind a paywall is disturbing to me, to be completely honest. Good. It's a gorgeous day in the morning. Good. C-dub. The problem that I have, Brittany Roberts, is that if she is found not guilty by reason of insanity, then she will go to a facility where she will be kept until she is deemed to be mentally well. The issue that I have with that is This is a crime that she took somebody's life. She should be in prison for life for that. If she goes to this insane asylum and is there, then she gets to try every year to get out and prove that she is no longer mentally unstable. So that means that she can go get thrown into this insane asylum and then next year get let out because she's not mentally unwell. Or in 5 years, get out because she's not mentally unwell, because they have fixed her. She would be able to be rehabilitated and released back into the public. And that's what I don't agree with. How Colorado does their insanity plea. It's not okay with me that a monster like this could literally end up back out on the streets. To do what? Pretend that she's somebody else, potentially change her name or do something like that, and get another man with a child to marry her, potentially kill again, or just harm somebody again. Will she go after Albert or his new family, or Landon and her family? Will she go after, people? I don't put that past her. I don't for a second put that past her, and it terrifies me that that could potentially be, you know, that could be potentially a thing. It's scary. Yeah, her opinion is just that it's an opinion. Yeah, and if she's faking it, she could be out of there in 10 years. Exactly. After Murdoch, you're giving this jury the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, I think they'll do great. Unless they can find someone who will testify to experiencing a change. Other than just Karen behavior, then I can't see how that diagnosis will work with a jury. Neither can I. There's his throat again. Is he coming back or no? I'm sorry, Amber Riot. That's funny. Let me switch it over. Is that her prom photo? Stop rambling. That's hilarious. I mean, Yvette, I mean, I can't believe they're taking a trial that anybody is allowed to stream and doing that. I could understand putting a trial like this behind your paywall if it's your cameras and things that are in there recording it, but they're literally going to be streaming WebEx just like us. Just like us. So that's kind of like, I don't know, it's just grimy to me. Like, don't get me wrong, though. I super appreciate the many, many trials that we're not allowed to stream that they do have cameras in there on. And in order to be able to be available to stream and have internet to run things and have computers and have microphones and StreamYard to be able to do this, like, it does cost money. All of this stuff does cost money. But like I said, to take something that's completely free and require payment to see it, that's just, it's not okay. It's not okay. This is a public trial and everyone is here for justice for Gannon. I feel the same way about the Daybell trial. The fact that that judge basically put the Daybell trial behind a paywall. Like, thank God for East Idaho News, who is purchasing the daily recording. They're estimating it'll be like $6,000 by the time it's done. I'm pretty sure. And they're purchasing the daily recording and they're putting it out and they're allowing fair use for people to be allowed to stream it and things like that. Thank God that this judge didn't do that to us on this case. But I don't know. Putting stuff like that should be public information and that people want to see. We are invested in Gannon. We're invested in his family. We're invested in this story. We're invested in him getting justice. It's not okay to slap a paywall on it and be like, hey, if you want to see justice given for this child, then you have to give us money. And that's what I feel like the judge in the Daybell case did. And it's very infuriating. And that's kind of how I feel about the paywall on crime too. Yeah, I think that they'll be fine. She'll be found guilty too, Flora Briggs. But you just never know. I mean, there are a couple people that were on the jury selection through this past week that they were talking about that they would find her innocent just because they don't like the law and they don't like the way things are done with the criminal justice system and things like that. And of course, that person got dismissed, but who knows if there's someone like that that's sitting on this in this potential jury and that they could possibly be just quiet about it and not fessing up and not saying. Hi, Avery. It's okay. No, we don't pay for Gannon's WebEx service, Court K. Did you typo? Let's see. Not yet, Ramblin'. We're waiting for the next jurors to come in. Good, Yorkie. They switched it over. That's good because whenever I looked, yeah, it was pay to watch. Avery, they are on a short break until the other jurors come in at 11 their time, 1 p.m. our time. And then they are going to select some more of those jurors. We'll get to hear the defense and the prosecution kick their 16 each out. And then we will be left hopefully with 18 jurors. And from that point, we will get cameras turned on and we will be able to watch the opening statements from each side. I am guessing that the video will likely be after lunch. No, that's not true, Amber. There was no life insurance on Gannon by Letecia. That's not true. That was a rumor that went around towards the beginning of his case about why she potentially could have killed him and things like that, but that was found to not be true. Mm-mm. Yeah, I think the evidence is it's going to be too much. I think so too. Here he is clearing his throat again. At least we know the judge is still there. I agree, C-Dub. Checks and balances in the justice system means the public needs access to trials. I agree with that. And I don't think it's right that the courts are able to put a paywall on it like they did with the Daybell case, for example. I could understand if it was paper or something. I could understand charging for the thumb drives or CDs, whichever way, but I could not understand charging 25 cents per minute. It's just not okay. Remember hearing where she was in that room staring at the wall, totally malingering? Yes. Where she was acting like there was butterflies and shutting on and off the light and talking to herself and doing all of the crazy. Yes, I definitely remember that. Right, especially with the distrust of the government that is currently everywhere. Everywhere. Exactly. Oh, Nikki, I got your email. I just double checked. Let me see here. Yeah, like Aiden Fauci. Mm-hmm. All right, let me see. Actually, see, I don't know, Flora. I think that I think that Harley was just terrified of her mom because of a life that she grew up with her mom. I think it's very possible that T was very mean to these kids. And I think she was aware that T was spiraling out of control, maybe. And that
Council, while I'm doing this, I want you two to compare with each other. Compare with each other, and we'll do the same once I get it marked out.
about that. So I think that she knew that her mom was, having a breakdown of some sort throughout this, and she's probably going to be able to testify about her erratic behavior and things like that. But I personally don't think that she was aware that Gannon was in the car with them. I really don't. Oh, absolutely, C-Dub. I can honestly say, guys, I probably would not stream a trial unless I was completely invested in the case. For the simple fact of time frames like this, like, look, we've been down for about 45 minutes. What do you talk about if you don't know anything about the case, or if you're not in love with the child that it's happening, or the person? I just don't know. I don't know. It's kind of like the Daybell trial. I followed it and I prayed for those kids, and I was so excited whenever, they were chased down in Hawaii, and watched the reporters going after them and things like that, and so thankful for them getting arrested and all of the things. But as far as the ins and outs of the Daybell case, I could never in a million years sit here and tell you guys every detail. There is so much to it. There's so much to it, and there are several good creators that are going over that case right now. I was in, goodness, I think it was ATS News chat this morning, and she was just going through some of the details. And I know, like, Gray Hughes had Kay and the grandparents, Kay and Larry. Is it Kay and Larry? Sorry, the dog definitely ate her binky. So that's why she came running in like, "Mom, my binky." Um, but, Gray interviewed them and things like that, and he just had them on again the other night. Nicole, yes. They're bringing the other jurors in within the next 9 minutes or so. The judge, it sounds like they're going through the initial list and going to cross off, similar to what they did at the beginning of this time.
Council at
And,
large, please.
and then they will cross off those jurors basically whenever they come in and hopefully get us down to 50 or so that the defense and prosecution will pick from. And then we will be with our 18 is the goal. Yorkie, I think it was Louisiana girl. Based off of I had a conversation with somebody after ATS after you said that in the chat this morning, and I'm pretty sure it might have been Louisiana girl. So I appreciate her recommending you to come here as well. Oh no, cups of love. It's okay. It'll be here. We will be here too if you end up getting to sneak in and out. Don't get yourself in trouble at work though. Emily Gannon's body was in snow for several days. And so there's a good chance, and this is going to be kind of gruesome to even think about, but there's a good chance that he would have been frozen at the point whenever they picked him up and put him into the back of the vehicle. And so I don't know if there would have been really a smell. If that makes sense. Not if she got rid of him as quickly as I think she did. Hi, Natasha. How are you? Yeah, Gray interviewed them at the very start too. That's one of those things that has never truly been confirmed that was going around on Facebook that Al had cheated or was cheating and was kind of a rumor. It's not been confirmed though, and I don't think it ever would be actually confirmed. But there was a woman, not his current wife, but there was a woman that it's believed that he was having an affair with at the time frame that this all happened. I do. Amber, if you look, Battissimo just dropped it. You're welcome. You're about 4 minutes before that next group is supposed to be in and get seated. So, Kim, I
All
think
right, what I'm going to do now is, much like we did on the other days, stay in the courtroom and who is released. But everybody wait in your seats. I'm done because I have the attorneys confirm that this is, in fact, the jury. So juror number 1, you'll be staying. Juror number 2, Juror number 3, 7, juror 13, juror 14, right? So those people whose numbers I have called, stay in your seats. Everyone else is released with the thanks report. So let's do this. Juror number 7, if you move down here next to juror number 3, then juror number, actually, let's do it this way. 14, if you'll take that seat right there. 13, if you'll take the seat in between. Juror 13. Seat next to juror. Seat. Follow her. Juror 65. Seat next. Six. Just to follow here. Seats here. All right. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about a 15-minute recess. What's going to happen is that Mr. Combs and Mr. Sproul are going to show you where it is that you meet, because now things change. What will happen is you'll come into the courthouse. Mr. Combs will meet you at a place. He'll talk to you about that, about how to get into the courthouse. He'll bring you in, and you'll come down the back hallway instead of the front hallway. And there's 2 rooms back here that we have for you, actually. So they'll go through that process. He'll explain how to get back there, what it is that you need to do to contact him, We also will have some juror buttons for you. We will have a sort of a tablet that has some notebook paper and some pens and things like that. And if I can, before we go much further, if I can have everyone stand and raise their right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you and each of you will well and truly try the matter at issue between the people of the state of Colorado and Letecia Stauch, the defendant, and render a true verdict according to the evidence?
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. Now that you've been selected as jurors, there are some rules that you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow in every case. During the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decision must be made inside this place and you must follow its rules. You must decide this case based only on the evidence and the law presented in the courtroom. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that this is a fair trial. There are two basic rules. First of all, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. You cannot discuss the case while it is pending. You can talk about all kinds of things back there, just not the case. And I know it's a natural reaction that, what did you think about that witness's testimony as soon as you get back there? You simply cannot do that. In addition, you must not do any independent investigation or research about this case. I want to go over these rules in some detail because they are very important. In addition, if I learn that any of these rules have been violated, it may be that we have to start trial all over again on a new date in front of a new panel, and we have to go through the whole process again. So these rules are very, very important. Please follow them. You must not discuss this case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you have heard all of the evidence and you begin to deliberate on a verdict. That's when all the evidence is done. I've given you the instructions and you've heard the closing arguments. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you should reach your decision only during your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not permit anyone else to discuss this case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, please report that fact to Mr. Sproul or Mr. Combs immediately. You are permitted, however, to explain to family, friends, and employers that you are on a jury, and you can inform them of how long the trial will last. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of your experience until you are released from jury service. Do not communicate with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror in this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or website. That's really important. We had a case not too long ago where they were actually, I think they were in deliberations, and one of the jurors was starting to blog about their experience. And a mistrial had to be declared, and they had to reset the trial and start all over. Once this case is done, you can talk to anybody you want. You can tell them as much or as little as you like about the process, but while it's going, you can't. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this. This applies whether you are here at home or anyone else. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen to any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary to clarify terms that may be used in this case. Why do we have such a long instruction on this? Because in my experience, I think jurors are trying to be conscientious. I think jurors sometimes go home and they say, gee, I didn't really understand that. They try and look something up so that they can have a better understanding about what's going on in the courtroom. You can't do that. Here's why. First of all, before any evidence can be presented in the courtroom, it must be allowed pursuant to the rules of evidence. This book. It's in this book. The Rules of Evidence governs evidence that's admissible in any trial, whether it's civil, criminal, otherwise. And those rules are in place to make sure that the evidence that you're looking at is reliable and it's admissible. And you may be looking at something on the internet, on the news, or whatever, and I can fairly guarantee you that that does not meet the rules of evidence for admissible evidence in a courtroom. In addition, before you receive evidence in this case, as I said, remember, nothing that the attorneys say ever is evidence. Evidence comes from somebody who comes up here, swears to tell the truth. You won't see the attorneys do that. You won't see anybody on the news do that. You won't see anybody on the internet do that. So they come in, first of all, they swear to tell the truth. Secondly, they're subject to questioning and cross-examination by both sides. And that's, it's referred to sometimes as the crucible of cross-examination, to make sure that the information that you get is truthful or is accurate. And if you're looking up things or you're talking with somebody else, neither one of those are going to apply. So make sure that you don't do that. In addition, if you were to do that, I've told you that you can't discuss this case among yourselves. You can't discuss it with anyone else. If you had done that, no one would know that you had done it. And it's possible that you may be making a decision in this case based on information that neither side knows about. And that's just not fair. We don't decide things on secret information in a courtroom of law. Breaking any of these rules would violate your oath and could require a new trial before a new jury. Your misconduct would have wasted all the time that you, your fellow jurors, the court, the attorneys, and everybody have spent in putting this jury panel together and putting this trial together. So please, please, please do not do those things. Again, after trial is over and you have been discharged as jurors, you're free to discuss anything that you want to with anybody that you want to. You just can't do it while we are in trial. So what we're going to do is take about a 15-minute recess. When we come back, I'll have some further instructions for you and tell you what you can expect this afternoon. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So the plan is when we come back, I'll go through the preliminaries of what the jury can expect this afternoon as far as opening statements, those sorts of things. And then opening statements at 1:30, an hour per side. I'm not going to require evidence. If you have some that you want to put on, if you're not ready to put on evidence until tomorrow, that's fine. I told you that you didn't have to do it today, but we're a little bit farther ahead than what I thought we would be. So
the first witness that we did call, we've already told them.
it's a long day for them. I think it may be, you know, a lot for them to process and getting back and forth and all of that stuff. So that's fine. If we end up at, let's see, 3:30 or so, I'll let them go home. And then we will start up with evidence tomorrow. During the lunch break, you need to do whatever it is that you need to do to make sure whatever it is that you want to do, video, audio, all of that stuff is all ready to go. Are you planning on using photos, anything like that in your opening statement? Have you told them what it is? Okay. They're okay. All right. Just want to make sure. You're playing it from your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not. That should be fine. I should be able to regulate it from up here. The issue will be, I don't think it's connected to the microphones. Hold on just a minute. We should be okay. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. And Mr. Tellini, you wanted to renew your motions. Or did you have anything else? Sure. Okay. All right. Then we'll take our break now. All right. You want her? You want her at the table or in the?
No, she can
behind
find
you?
in the gallery, but
Okay.
maybe coming in now.
That's fine.
Anything, maybe.
You will need to let security know who that is, because everybody else, I've said everybody aside from staff and people that are associated with the case, once they leave, they don't get back in until we take a break. So just let them know who it is. All right, court will be in recess then. Say 11:20.
Wow, they did that so fast, you guys. That means that they were able to get the 50 out of the first 75 who came in, and then they were able to deselect jurors basically out of that, and we still had 18 left. So that's awesome news. I am so excited. So he said 11:20 for the end of this break, so about 8 minutes, and they're going to come back in and give more juror instruction and things out like that. So we're going to hang on. I'm not going anywhere during any of the breaks. We will be live the entire afternoon. And so I appreciate all of you guys who are coming in. Yeah, Yvette, same. I don't want to miss a second, not even a second of it. Hi, Scout. How are you? It's not the leapfrog, Scout. No, baby. She heard me say hi to Scout, and she's like, just like leapfrog. Hi, Amanda. Hi, Batty. Welcome, everybody coming in. Yeah, 1 hour per side for the opening statements. They do have the same name. Yes. Oh, that's great. Thank you so much, Scout. Thank you, Crime Curious. So speaking of Crime Curious, sorry, I'm gonna listen in and eavesdrop a little bit too while they're talking. I agree, Yvette. This judge wants justice for Gannon. I feel it in my heart. Exactly. Thank you, Tammy. Yeah, that's awesome. Puppy is doing great, you guys. She's doing so awesome. She did eat Junior's Bink a little bit ago, so that was pretty upsetting. She came in here and she's like, "My Bink," because you know, but hi, Connie. Yeah, welcome everybody coming in. So, oh my goodness, I'm so excited that that happened so quick, because I thought that we were really looking at like another hour or two, and like he said, he wasn't going to force them to present evidence or anything this afternoon. But it sounds like, I mean, were they talking about putting someone on the stand? Because that's kind of what it sounded like. But at the same time, if he's coming back, let's see, it'll be 3:30 our time, 1:30 theirs, an hour each. Yeah, I mean, that would give them about an hour and a half into the day still. What kind of pup? Let me see if I still have the picture on here. So she was a rescue, and let me see, do I have her picture? There was a woman who fell and broke her hip, and they were going to take her to the shelter. She's 6 months old. She hadn't been groomed for quite a while. This is the before I cut her hair off picture, a lot of it anyways. She was tripping over her own hair because she couldn't, it was just too long. But she's a Maltese mix. So she has a little bit of, it's called a Bolognese Maltese. And so, which we called around. I was like, oh, I got to take her to the groomer. But to take her to the groomer, the lady had never taken her for shots. And so I had to get her scheduled for shots. And the vet that we currently use for our animals wasn't available till the end of May, which wasn't going to work for me because she just needed her shots. And so we took her to a shot clinic that opened up yesterday, and got her shots done. And we have a grooming appointment set up and all the things. But she is 6 months old, and she is a ball full of energy, and the babies love her. She's 13 pounds. She's itty bitty compared to our other dog that we have, and she is just yeah, she's just adorable, absolutely adorable. You have a Shih Tzu Maltese. Yeah. We've actually I cut a lot of her hair off. It's probably only about 2 to 3 inches long around right now because she was literally like it was matted in a lot of places, and yeah, so she really needs groomed. She really needs groomed. So we did what we could on our end. Yeah, she's amazing. She's really cute. And she's fitting in so well. Right now, she's getting along really well with our other dog is a husky lab mix, and of course with the babies too. So
Tomorrow, yeah.
yeah, keep her short. That's exactly what I was thinking too. Especially with the way our yard gets, like it gets really swampy and stuff. So hi everyone coming in. Hi, hi, hi. Okay, so we got about 2 minutes before their break. Yeah, Law and Crime was doing a pay to view for Gannon's trial. And that was this morning. Somebody said they did change it this afternoon. So I haven't gone to look again because obviously I've been in here, but crazy. You keep yours fluffy like a teddy bear. I'm telling you, her fur was so, so soft. It really was.
Oh, the ones.
Be careful about the babies in her face. Little dogs go for the face. Really? So Amy, he's going to come in and he's going to give the 18 that they chose
Okay. I
their
have more. No,
instruction.
I have more. Did you spill coffee on that one?
Smarted myself. So I can't.
So it's easy enough to do. No, it's easy. It's easy enough to do.
This is the second time this lawyer has spilled coffee on himself just during jury selection. That's crazy. It says that for all their trials, good to know chaotic, because we were like, what? Unbelievable. That's good to know. I didn't realize it says that for all their trials. Yeah, I think as long as she is raised well, she was with a little old lady, but um but I think we got her young enough that we could still train her to be around the kids and hopefully be okay. No, Natasha, I'm streaming it obviously. He does have a nice voice, yes. I am so excited for after lunch whenever the cameras are going to be on.
Better.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm.
Still bothering you, huh?
I feel okay though.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's just, you can hear it in your nose. So.
It's his fault that now I'm stuck up today.
And right down the line.
There you go.
That's why I stay away over here. There's a lot of sick kids out there right now. And there is a vicious stomach bug. Yeah. I think you're more, when you still have kids in school, you're more.
And that's true.
To what's going on.
All of our question answers.
Okay. Yeah. Just put them on Mr. Combs' desk.
proceed and post.
Okay, thank you.
Video.
Pardon? You mean the screens?
No,
Oh, no, I might start it when they come back. Well, yeah, because there's not a way to, we're not set up for it right now. So I'll start the video after lunch, yeah.
I just want to know when we're live streaming or not, so
That's fair.
I should know when to. Yeah, I'm trying to pick my now.
Anytime.
What?
What I get all the time.
You know, sometimes.
It's all I got nothing over here. Hey,
Just trying to check.
you want me to work off the podium here?
More than happy to sit on the phone. Say something where it's. So I will be professional for it.
Open the hallway.
I agree that they should make her be there. I agree. I agree. She has to be taken to the court each day, and she can refuse to go into the courtroom, but they'll just keep her in the holding cell and keep bringing her in. Honestly, to me, that looks worse on her. So if she does it, it's just going to make her look that much worse to the jury. So she'd be stupid to sit there and play games like that, in my opinion. Yeah, Bieber. It'd be like what if I made this video members only? What if all the creators decided that they were just going to stream it members only? Like that's ridiculous. No. Could you imagine? Law and crime, they're like tragedy pimps. Just kidding. But I don't know. I don't agree with that, I guess. Especially since they're just going to be streaming the WebEx. It's nothing different than what we have. It's absolutely nothing different. No cameras in the holding cell. I don't believe. I mean, I don't know if there's like prison cameras to watch them, but there's no cameras that we can see in the holding cell. Hi, Savage. I vote rolling her in Hannibal Lecter style, right? She called about she called about it from jail. That doesn't shock me. I'm going to talk about that during lunch because that was originally said in the groups. I remember that being said in the groups that she possibly had a life insurance policy because I think it was her sister used to sell them, but it was never able to be proved that she had one. And so now that the USSA life insurance company filed a lawsuit as of February 13th against them about this life insurance policy, I mean, now there's proof that she did in fact have the life insurance policy. But it wasn't purchased. I want to be like sure to make sure that we know that it wasn't purchased like a week or something before she killed him or several months before she killed him. It was purchased in 2017. June 11th of 2017. And I want to say it's actually not that uncommon, in my opinion, for parents to get life insurance policies on their dependents. And I know that sounds weird, but like I have life insurance policies on all three of my children. Um, just in case, because you never ever know what is going to happen. You never know. And yes, Amy Lowry, exactly, criminality. Thank you. And so I guess I just don't find it that uncommon for it anymore to have life insurance policies on dependents. And the reason, like with ours, I wanted to get it because number one, my son plays dangerous sports and does dangerous things. I have it, Delana. Thank you. But my son's involved in dangerous sports and quad riding and ATVs and his dirt bike and all of that stuff. So you never know whenever there could be a type of accident with that. And then Junior, she had all of her medical issues, and we wanted to make sure that we secured something for her that she could have for the rest of her life, because if she was going to get diagnosed with something horrible, she would not be able to get life insurance through most things. She has been in jury selection in the past, Butterfly Kisses. I want to say yes. Right, it's responsible to have life insurance on your children and not depend on a GoFundMe in a tragedy. I agree with that. And I mean, don't get me wrong, not everybody can afford to do life insurance policies and things like that, but for all three kids,
Okay.
I think I pay like $20 a month.
Sure.
First off, Your Honor, I am reaffirming my motion for a change. I would this to be last.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Okay.
I'm going to guess because
Go ahead.
Because this one was the last motion that I filed this confirmation box, so I've already expressed a presidency. That my opinion, that is not a fair and impartial jury. I also cite court to people, Botham, Colorado Supreme Court, 629, 589, Colorado Supreme Court. And a lot of similar issues that we have here where there is overwhelming media presence. Much like Botham, the vast majority of jurors here publicity had a that indicated that it is they cite in that a case from the United States, from Florida, that's that 95 SC 7. Quote is, in a community where both veneer men will admit to qualifying prejudice, liability of other protestations may be drawn into question. Or is it more probable that they are part of a community deeply hostile to the accused? More likely they may be they may unwittingly have been influenced. And so on that, I would rest on my motion.
Okay. Prosecution?
What we learned during jury selection is that while there was certainly a lot of media coverage for this case, jurors that were seated just during extensive examination by both parties and that if they had seen people are able to information trust and respect what we do in the current justice system. Heard of media coverage. This case based on what happened. That we ended up seeing a warning. All understood those. Still two other options out there.
Okay, hold on just a moment. All right. First of all, I've made a ruling regarding this before. I would reassert that ruling. But in addition, we've gone through, well, first of all, everybody wanted to have a questionnaire about what people knew about this case, and I thought that that was appropriate. It was something that we were going to have to deal with, whether we dealt with it in a questionnaire or whether we didn't. But the questionnaire was provided prior to the time that any of the jurors received instructions on the law and what it was that was required, the presumption of innocence, the beyond a reasonable doubt, the right to remain silent, those sorts of things, which is something that all the jurors were advised about during the voir dire sessions. In addition, the jury has been seated at this point in time. And one of the instructions that I gave them was they can't do their own research about any aspect of this case, and they can't rely on any media and those sorts of things. And I told them why. And that's because of the applicability of the rules of evidence, and that whatever they heard or whatever they listened to was not subject to the same things that evidence in a courtroom is, such as the witnesses are sworn to tell the truth or they take an oath to do so. They're also subject to cross-examination and examination by the attorneys, and any of the evidence that is going to be admissible must be admissible pursuant to the rules of evidence. So I tell them why they can't rely on it. I think that it goes against common sense to say that because someone has an opinion about something, it means that they have to be disqualified per se. In People versus Drake, 748 Pacific 2nd, 1237, Colorado, 1988, the court said that the test to be applied in determining whether a prospective juror should be dismissed for cause is whether the person would be able to set aside any preconceived notion and render an impartial verdict based on the evidence adduced at trial and instructions given by the court. And all of the jurors in this case have said that they can do that. They all seem to understand the court's instructions. In fact, when I was telling this jury panel why it is that they couldn't do research about anything and why they shouldn't listen to the media and those sorts of things, I got a number of nods of the head as to, I mean, indicating to me that seemed to make sense to them. So that the motion for change of venue is denied. In addition, it would be difficult for, I mean, essentially, I think it was Judge Schwartz that had the story about he moved a case to, I believe it was Durango, based on pretrial publicity. And then the Sunday before they were supposed to start jury selection, the local newspaper ran a story about everything that was in the case. Again, I think given the coverage that this has had, we need to keep in mind that we need to have some sort of venue to try it. I would note that this case is not really different than the Dylan Redwine case that was tried in, was it La Plata County? It was down in Pagosa Springs. The Holmes case that was tried in Aurora, and those sorts of cases. So the motion is denied. Are there any other motions we need to address?
Because I think that those, and I don't.
Oh,
Which
right. Defense. All right. And just so that the record is clear, Ms. Stauch, you wish to waive a jury and have this case tried to me? Okay. Let the record reflect that the defendant responded yes. Again, I think that the case law is clear that in some cases where a jury cannot be, where a fair and impartial jury cannot be seated, that the court has a constitutional obligation to make sure that the defendant has a fair and impartial jury. And if one cannot be seated, then the case should be tried to the court. Having said that, the law is also clear that absent that circumstance, the prosecution has a right to have this case tried to a jury. And I believe that I have put mechanisms in place to make sure that we have a fair and impartial jury. And as a result of that, I do not believe that it is necessary that I and I alone decide these issues. As a result of that, the motion to waive a jury is denied. Is there another motion? Okay, we good? Let's bring him in. And just so that you guys know, now use the front hallway. Use the front hallway when you're coming in. So it's just flipped from what we did before.
Okay, so the defense, to break this down real quick before the jury is seated, just requested for a chain of venue first.
And each side will have a reserved pew, I guess, behind them. Yeah, that bench behind you, that first bench is reserved for the defense. That first bench reserved for the prosecution.
that's the only.
That's the DA's problem. And you can let them know that if there are issues that I need to address, I will address them.
They're letting the family and the public in, is what's happening now. They'll bring the public in and then they'll call the jury back in, I believe. Because we're getting ready to hit opening statements maybe, but they were just talking about the benches behind the prosecution and the defense. It'll be the family for both sides most likely. But they just requested a change of venue, which was denied based on not being able to get fair or impartial jury, which they had 75 there that they were able to get down to 18. And then there was more people that didn't even have to come in. So to say that they couldn't get a fair and impartial jury is ridiculous, number one. And then the second motion that he requested was to get rid of the jury altogether and just present the case to just the judge. And that would open her up for such an appeal process. It's not even funny.
You would have to ask admin, but not as far as I know. Because we're doing it as a live webinar, not as far as I know. I frankly don't think there's any space.
I just checked. The cameras won't get turned on until they have the jury seated, but it's still not on. So the judge only trial also got denied. And
All
obviously
rise for the jury, please.
the judge said so. Well, I think that it wasn't done prior to jury selection because they had to prove first that they couldn't find a fair and impartial jury, but they did. So that's why.
It's okay. All right, thank you. You may all be seated. Again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I wanted to apologize because I forgot to tell you one of the most important things that you need to remember before you left the courtroom. And that was look to your left and make sure that the person that is to your left comes through that door before you do. If you do that, you're going to be fine. Otherwise, you're climbing over each other to get to your seats, and I apologize for that. It's a rule that I always say, and for whatever reason, I forgot this time, and sometimes I do, and I apologize for that. So you've all been given juror buttons, and you have notebooks with notepads on them. And here's a couple of things that I want to talk to you about. While you are in the courthouse, please wear your juror buttons. You don't need to wear them outside of the courthouse, but please wear them inside the courthouse. It does a couple of things. First of all, it lets everybody know that you are a juror. So you may see other jurors that are wandering around with other juror buttons as well. What that does is it tells people that you are a juror. So it means that if potentially you run into witnesses, attorneys, somebody who may know something about the case, they will stop talking when you are around. Don't take that personally. They're trying to avoid even an appearance of impropriety. So again, don't take that personally. Secondly, it identifies you as a Division 15 juror. The courthouse can be intimidating. It can be overwhelming. And the architects who designed it designed all the hallways to look almost identical. It's an unusual place. People are sometimes anxious when they get here, even jurors as well. And so sometimes they get off on the wrong floor. And we have had jurors in the past become misplaced. Having that button on explains that you are a Division 15 juror. It will help a staff person help you get to where you need to be. So please wear them in the courthouse, but you do not need to wear them outside the courthouse. Mr. Combs has told you how to get in the courthouse in the morning. When you get out of the court or when you come back after lunch, you'll come back through the Tejon Street exit, just like you did when you first came here. And how you got in this morning. You'll use that same process. Just come up to the fourth floor. Did you show them the video phones?
No, Jack talked about it.
Okay. So before you go, they'll show you where the video phones are, but they're right outside the elevator. You'll need to call us and we can let you in. So in addition, you've all been given juror pads. They have some information, parking information for you. That's typically the one that is the most important for the jurors. We will also have some parking passes for you towards the end of the day. Don't leave without getting one of those. Make sure that you get one. It will make your life easier. It also has contact information for the county in case it gets lost. But I don't anticipate that's going to happen. But in the event that you need the contact information, it's also there. Your packet also has a question form on it. In Colorado, we do not allow, or we used to not allow jurors to ask questions. There's been a number of reforms over the years, and one of the reforms is we do allow jurors to ask questions of witnesses now. It has to be in a very specific format. However, you do not get to stand up and do your very best Perry Mason imitation. Instead, what will happen is when the witness comes on, suppose the prosecution is calling the witness. The witness will take the witness stand. The prosecution will ask some questions. The defense will cross-examine. and then the prosecution will do something called redirect. After that, the lawyers are done. What I then do is I ask, do any of the jurors have any questions for this witness? If so, you raise your hand, you write your question down, you put it on the bar in front of you. I'll have somebody retrieve it. They come up here and you get to listen to that wonderful noise. And the attorneys and I will talk about your question. I have to apply the same rules of evidence and law to your questions as I would to a question asked by an attorney. If the rules of law and evidence don't allow your question to be asked, I can't ask it. I can tell you that over the years, I've asked probably better than 95% of the questions that are submitted. If I don't ask a question, it's not a reflection on the juror, and you should think nothing of it. In addition, you shouldn't guess or speculate as to what the answer to that question may be. In addition, you've been given notebook paper. You can take notes. The notes are purely and entirely for you and you alone. Once this case is done, those notes are immediately destroyed. Nobody reads them. We don't grade them for penmanship, accuracy, anything else like that. So whether you want to take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. I am going to read a couple of instructions that may help you going forward. One of the instructions is you may have to decide what testimony to believe. You should carefully consider all of the testimony given and the circumstances under which each witness has testified. Consider each witness's knowledge, motive, state of mind, demeanor, and manner while on the stand. Consider the witness's means of knowledge, ability to observe, and strength of memory. Consider also any relationship each witness may have to either side of the case, the manner in which each witness might be affected by the verdict, and the extent to which, if at all, each witness is either supported or contradicted by other evidence in the case. You should consider all facts and circumstances shown by the evidence which affects the credibility of the witness's testimony. You may believe all of the testimony of a witness, part of it, or none of it. In addition, evidence may be either direct or circumstantial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances from which the existence or non-existence of other facts may reasonably be inferred. All other evidence is direct evidence. The law makes no distinction between the effect of direct and circumstantial evidence. Suppose, for instance, that when my children were younger, they had baked some chocolate chip cookies, and I told them that they couldn't have any until I got home. So I get home, I find the lid off of the cookie jar, and I find half of the cookies gone. I could conclude from that evidence alone that it most likely was not my teenage son that got into them because there are still some left. So I think of the next most logical culprits, and I call the twins downstairs. Sam comes down looking like she always does. She has a nice clean face and a nice clean shirt. I ask her if she had any of the cookies. She says no, at which point Kate comes barreling around the corner, running into Sam, and she has some crumbs on her mouth and some chocolate on her shirt. I did not see Kate actually take the lid off of the cookie jar, reach in, and take out a cookie. But I can conclude from what I do see, that's exactly what she did. The law makes no distinction between the effects of direct and circumstantial evidence. When you come back this afternoon, what you can expect is that we will have sort of a short afternoon. And this is on me because for planning, I wasn't sure how long it was going to take to get through the jury process this morning, whether or not we would still be in it this afternoon. So I anticipated that potentially we might have gone into this afternoon. So I flexed that with the attorneys. I said they did not need to present any evidence this afternoon. Evidence will start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. But when we come back this afternoon, what will happen is the prosecution will start their opening statement. And I've limited each side to an hour. So the prosecution goes first, then the defense goes. Then we will take a break for the day. I'll send everybody home. I'll have some further instructions for you at that point in time. When you come back this afternoon, feel free to bring in some water, some pop, some coffee, anything like that you would like to. If you want to drink something in the jury box, that's okay. Generally, I can't allow food in the jury box. If somebody is diabetic or has an issue with respect to that, let me know because there's a way that we can deal with that. So let us know if that's an issue. You can feel free to stand, stretch. Those seats I know are not the most comfortable. I get it. I sit in one that's similar to that a lot. So I understand that. In addition, don't think we have that juror, but in addition, for any of you who are vertically challenged, sometimes you'll find that the seats don't go down low enough. And if that's the case, we have something that you can rest your feet on so you're not feeling like a 5-year-old in a barber chair. And we got one. We got you taken care of. So we will get one of those, and that should help. The other thing is that feel free to bring in a jacket or something like that if you want to. It always feels warm in a courtroom to me, but that's essentially because I'm wearing a blanket all day long. But if you get cold or something like that, just feel free to bring in a jacket. Again, as you know, most of the eating joints are north on Tejon. There are a few south on Tejon. And your day this after going forward, your court days will look like this. We need you to be in the place you need to meet Mr. Combs in the morning, and he'll get you here so you're here at 9 o'clock. We will start at 9 o'clock. We'll have about a 15-minute recess or a little bit longer than that, somewhere between 10 and 10:30 every day. We'll take a break at noon. We'll come back at 1:15, 1:30, something like that. And we will go into the afternoon, and we will have about a 15 or 20-minute break somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon. Then we will stop at 5 o'clock. When we stop, you will be free to return home. Again, you can go on about your business, do anything that you would normally do, except talk about this case or do anything with respect to this case. If you have questions or issues, contact Mr. Combs or Mr. Sproul. They will let me know. And I think that covers most everything that we need to cover. So if we can have everyone back in the jury rooms a little bit before 1:30 so that we can start on time, we should be able to do that. Sounds like it's a beautiful day outside. If you want to go for a walk, that's fine. And we'll see you back at 1:30. All rise for the jury, please. Take emailed and seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So we'll be back at 1:30. We'll start evidence tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I think that's it. Anybody else? Anybody have anything else? Prosecution, defense? Okay. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Guys, we missed our Denver omelet today. What in the world? I really thought that they were gonna go through that again, but they didn't. So we have an hour and a half. Yes, take your he did. He called short people vertically challenged. He really did. You know what, though? He thinks of everything. You know, do you need a coat? Do you need a bench? Do you need, a booster seat, a sweater, snacks? Like, he had all kinds of things like that he mentioned. And I just so appreciate that. I so appreciate that he cares about his jurors and that he wants to make sure that they are as comfortable as they possibly can be sitting in these seats day after day after day for the next 6 weeks. No, the Denver omelet is because he is constantly talking about the Denver omelet during jury selection last week. Yeah, he is. He's so cool. Eduardo Omeletto, exactly. He does love to reuse analogies. I liked the cookie one today, though. That was very different. That was very, very different. Chaotic. I wonder if there's a difference between life insurance policies, like between states and things like that. And the only reason I say that is because there's somebody I know who got a life insurance policy on someone. And whenever I asked him about it, he was like, "Oh, you can get a life insurance policy on everyone." And I was like, "What? No way." And he was like, "Oh yeah, he got a life insurance policy on random people that I would never even expect that he got them on. And so I don't know. I'm going to have to look more into that. But thank you so much for calling and getting that information. It's because she was the other caregiver, the other guardian though. He does. He always talks about food before lunch break. He does. You went Chinese. Well, all we have is cheese sticks. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my goodness. So they're likely going to work on getting the cameras set up now. I don't know if they just have to click a button to turn it on. I know that whenever the prosecution or defense, I think it was the defense actually, was asking if they needed to put their screens on now and things like that, they said no because they weren't set up for that until after lunch. So yeah, those seats are uncomfortable. You would bring your own memory foam pillow. That's funny. It's not legal to do that. Okay. Good to know. So if you guys want to take a look more at this life insurance policy, again, I don't think it, as far as if it actually coincides with why she harmed Gannon, I don't think so. Mostly because of the fact that, let me share this. If you look at the purchase date down here, and this is on her website, on Crime Curious's website. If you look at the purchase date on the policy itself, and I was reading down through it while they were sitting there talking, it's from 2017. And so it's shortly after they got married. I want to say, sorry, I got to get back to this. And it's for 2 different child riders. So she got her self-insurance, and then she got 2 different child riders, which would be obviously Lena and Gannon. So she got it on both of them. And it seems like it's kind of like a tack on to what she was getting for herself. And then she added the children to it. Again, I don't think there's anything suspicious about this because I know a lot of people who have health insurance on their children. Like, to me, it just seems like the smart thing to do in case of an emergency. Not that you ever want something horrible to happen, but in the event that something horrible ever does happen, you certainly don't want to be in a situation where you are stuck and you have no way to help yourself really through it. And the reason that Crime Curious was able to find this information, because I'm going to tell you, whenever this first came out in the Facebook groups that she had a life insurance policy on Gannon, there was 2 problems with what people were saying about that. The fact that he was missing and they hadn't found him at that point. Whenever you have a missing person, you can't collect life insurance on them until they are declared deceased. And so even if she would have purchased this policy, the fact that she had him as a missing person, she wouldn't have been able to collect on it. Now, could that play into the whole fact that she was trying to make it look like he overdosed, in my opinion? Absolutely. She could have planned to collect on it after that so that she could have money to move to Florida or go be a stewardess or whatever. Yeah, absolutely. She could have. She could have benefited in that way. But the minute that she called and said that he was a missing person, she was stuck until they would have found him. She wouldn't have gotten that until they declared him deceased. And so that wouldn't benefit her in any way, shape, or form. You think the issue is that only Letecia was the beneficiary and that she called in to cash in on it from jail. So that's true in part, but because Landon and Albert, and it even says this in this, it says under Colorado and Tennessee laws, Gannon's parents, Al and Landon, are equally entitled to Gannon's estate. So even though she didn't have them on this life insurance policy, they still are Gannon's next of kin. He is still their descendant. And so it says that if a descendant is not survived by a descendant, it's survived by one or more parents. Any part of the in-state estate not passing to the surviving spouse or surviving designated beneficiary is distributed as following. And basically it goes to Landon or Albert, or divided in equal part as many shares as there are between the surviving parents. And so this would have went to Alan Landon. This court suit was filed though, to make sure that they know that she can't collect on this. She has no right to collect on this because she is currently in jail. So, and they don't want to have to pay it out because he was murdered by one of his caregivers. So that's my understanding based on what I was reading anyways. Yeah, being that it was 3 years before he was killed, I tend to not be suspicious of the policy. Exactly. The suspicious part about it is if she really tried to call from jail to collect on it once he was found deceased is what I'm assuming happened. And that's mind-blowing to me. You really killed him and then tried to collect money off of it? It's horrible. Yeah, how much you want to bet that there are Google searches on the topic on someone's phone about, drug usage and life insurance policies or overdoses and life insurance? Possibly. Your understanding, life insurance policies aren't part of the estates, but you could be wrong. According to this lawsuit, that's what they're saying. You can have life insurance on anyone. That's what we were just talking about a minute ago. And I can read this whole thing to you guys if you guys want. Let me go back to the beginning of it so that you can see this life insurance policy. Now, the policy itself, I'm not going to read. It's 47 pages. But the enacted date, like the date that it was official, was June 11th of 2017. So, Teresa, do you know what day, right off the top of your head, that Albert and Letecia got married? Sorry. Okay, so yeah, the sus part is that we're talking about her specifically. Yeah. But at the same time, Albert was getting sent. Okay, so at this point in their lives, you have to remember Landon didn't have primary custody. Albert did. And Letecia was caregiver to these children to the point where she had them the full week, even when Albert was away at boot camp or wherever, even when he was stationed somewhere. T had the children for the entire week, and Landon only took them on weekends. And so, really, she was the primary caregiver via the courts and everything for while Albert was gone. So, God forbid that something would have happened to Albert while he was away. She would have needed a way to care for these children and care for herself and all those things. She would have been their sole caregiver, basically. Well, sole minus weekends, because Landon would have had the kids still on weekends. But I mean, we can go back and look at those custody paperwork documents if you guys want, that put her in charge of everything. The judge made her the deciding factor because Al was constantly out of town. Yeah, if she's the policy owner, she designates the beneficiary. Sounds like what Lori Vallow did after husband killed her two kids and her two kids died. Yeah. Yeah. So let me read this to you guys, though. This is USAA Life Insurance Company versus Eugene Stauch, Landon Hyatt, and Letecia Stauch. The plaintiff, USAA Life Insurance Company, respectively submits its complaint in interpleader against defendants Eugene, Landon, and Letecia as follows. And then it lists their addresses. So I'm not going to read that part, but it does say that they are a corporation organized under the laws of Texas and principal place business located in San Antonio, Texas. USAA Life Insurance is a company authorized to transact business of insurance in Colorado. Then it has Landon and Albert's address. And then it has T's address at the jail. So it says this court has original jurisdiction because the funds exceed $500 and 2 or more adverse claimants are of diverse citizenship as set forth above. Basically, because there's 3 of them and T is in jail. So effective on June 11th of 2017, USAA Life Insurance issued a life insurance policy number insuring and owned by Letecia. A duplicate copy of the policy is attached hereto as Exhibit 1. The policy included a term life insurance rider for children, providing a death benefit of $25,000 to each insured child. Where is... That's not page 3, is it? Yeah, okay. Gannon Stauch was named as an insured child. The child rider specifies that USAA Life will pay a death benefit to the insured if living or to the estate of the insured child. Upon information and belief, Gannon Stauch was murdered in late January of 2020. Upon information and belief, at the time of his death, Gannon resided in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Letecia was arrested for Gannon's murder in March of 2020 and was charged with murder in the first degree, child abuse resulting in death, tampering with a deceased human body, and tampering with physical evidence in the case number, People of the State of Colorado versus Letecia Stauch, in the District Court of El Paso County, Colorado. The trial set for the Colorado woman accused of killing her stepson, Gannon Stauch, and affidavit probable cause in support of arrest is attached as Exhibit 2. So the trial in the criminal action is currently set for March 20, which we know obviously is going on currently. Colorado law provides in pertinent part that the felonious killing of the defendant revokes any revocable disposition or appointment of property made by the descendant to the killer or any governing instrument. While the child rider death benefit does not technically constitute a governing instrument because it was not executed by Gannon, Colorado law further specifies that a wrongful acquisition of property or interest by a killer not covered by this section must be treated in accordance with the principle that the killer cannot profit from the killer's wrongdoing. So she cannot collect this life insurance policy because it was part of her wrongdoing. If Gannon would not have died, then she would not be able to collect money. Yes, I will drop the link in Discord. Thank you. Break goes for another hour and 20 minutes, BC. Sorry. Oh, I guarantee you Al never thought that he was leaving his son with his murderer. Or Landon, for that matter. Landon also trusted her. Landon also was okay with this. She also consented to Gannon being in her care. And so it's not just Al, guys. They married in January of 2015. Thank you so much. So they were married for 2 years at the time this policy was taken. Yeah, they think they'll never get caught. Exactly. 1 second to put my headpiece on. Because it sounds like we're going to get a guest. Just a second. Sorry. Got to switch over. In the bushes, how are you?
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going good. We're really ahead of schedule. I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, we are. Sorry, I'm still trying to get my headset to connect, and I'm not sure if there's feedback or not. So let me,
No feedback.
just came on. Okay. Because I can't have the headset connected during court, which is a pain. But because if I do, then you guys can't hear the judge's audio. We found out. So,
Yeah.
okay, good. What do you think about the life insurance policy?
I think that it wasn't a motive for killing him. I think it might have been a plus if she thought she could collect in on that and move. But you can't, I don't think it was the motive for why she did what she did. I think it
Right,
was just a thing on the list. But um you can't collect on it if the person is missing. They
right.
have to be declared dead, and you have to not be a suspect.
So the request for the duplicate copy was August 25th of 2020. And that was sent to their home in Myrtle Beach.
So is USAA suing the life insurance
Yes.
or
So USSA it filed this lawsuit, it looks like, to stop her from being able to collect because she is currently serving in jail
oh,
for
she really tried to collect on it then.
she sure did. Yeah, she called
Wow.
from prison to try to collect on it apparently.
That's
Well,
so not funny, but yet I'm laughing.
whenever everybody stopped putting money on her books, she needed some not she needed some not kosher food because she's on this kosher diet. So, and then she keeps getting busted eating the wrong things because she's buying it with her commissary. It's okay,
Wow.
criminality. Yeah, 2015. Um, that's true. Yeah, they came back from their anniversary cruise like a week before the crime. I don't know if it was their anniversary, it might have been, but they had just been on a cruise. Like literally the week before. That's why Al's mom was in town. That's your insurance too, Avery. No, Moon, but she is telling the jail that she is. Like she's telling them that she needs a kosher diet. That was one of the many lawsuits that she has filed against them. You never heard of this until today. This was something that was circulating the Facebook groups very early on, and everybody was like, listen, there's no point. If he's missing, she can't collect. And so it didn't make sense because everybody was saying that she took out a policy like a couple weeks before he went missing. And obviously that's not true. This we see it was in 2017. And from what I understand, her sister or Amy Lowry, thanks to criminality, put the name, was selling insurance policies around the same time that she purchased this. And so it looks like it was mainly a policy for herself. And then it was, included the children basically as a bonus. So I don't know. I don't think it's that relevant besides the fact that, it's kind of
It's
ironic that she
it's
tried to collect
it's
on it.
normal.
Right.
It's normal to have family policies. It's normal to have life insurance on your children.
Yeah.
It's normal to have life insurance on other family members, especially if your finances are interconnected.
Right. Well, and this is basically it's to stop her from collecting, it's to stop the payout from happening. Because if she gets found guilty, then it would not go to her. I believe it would go to Albert and Landon and they would get it split between them. If I'm reading this correctly. Because it says, as a result of the pending charges against Letecia for Gannon's murder, An actual controversy exists as to who the USAA Life may remit the death benefit. Leticia's right to receive the death benefit is dependent upon a determination that she is not precluded from recovery by Colorado revised statutes, that she can't profit off of a crime. As a result, there exists a bona fide present need for declaration as to whom the USAA Life may appropriately remit the death benefit. So they're filing this so that they can find out, do we have to pay her? Do we pay his parents? Like, who do we send this money to? So that's what that is. Craziness. Sorry, I got to get a drink real quick. $25,000 criminality. Her policy was for 250,000, and then the child riders were for each for 25. So Gannon and Lena both would have been covered for 25. I find it odd that she didn't take out for Harley to be a rider, but it only listed 2 riders there. I'm wondering if maybe she already had a policy on Harley, I bet.
That could be.
Because I know whenever we got, because Harry has been with the same company for forever for his, and whenever we got my sons and juniors, we got them to at one, and then we got juniors obviously after she was born. So she's on a completely separate policy than the other 2. And so I'm betting that it was something like that, where she already had one on Harley, but not the other 2 kids.
Yeah, I don't see her not having one on Harley.
What do you think about the fact that they finished the jury selection with the first group of people?
I think that's really awesome. We get to move on with our day when they come back.
Mm-hmm. And we're going to be done early today, that means, because figure court will be back in an hour and 10 minutes for those of you who missed that part. We are on recess until 3:30 Eastern, and what is that? 1:30 Mountain. I had to think. Let me put it in here.
Yep, and we'll have video when we get back.
Yes, and we should have video. We should have the opening statements. We should be able to look at T's grease. Everything should be great. True. Okay, because Harley wasn't Al's, and the policy is through his service connected to the USAA. Thank you so much,
But
Avery.
she's still a stepchild and should qualify, though.
True
Stepchildren
that.
do qualify.
Your dad still has a policy on you and you're 50. Well, it's funny because I have a policy on me that I wasn't aware of by somebody who I guess I am related to them, but like it's still just it was weird to find out. Do you know what I mean? Like it'd be like going to I don't know, going to your brother-in-law's house and finding out that they have a life insurance policy on you. That's not who has it on me, but it was just kind of like, you have a what on me? Like, why? Do you intend to give that money to my families if something happens? Or are you just like looking to profit off of family members' deaths? Like, I don't know what that's all about, but okay.
I have other family members that have policies on me to make
Mhm.
sure everything's
Everything's
covered.
taken care of. Yeah, that would make
Yes.
sense. There were 119 confirmed tornadoes on Friday. I know Arkansas got rocked.
They definitely got rocked.
B. Tim says, "Oh no, Sleuth Mom's gonna have an accident soon." Savage, it just came up in conversation. Like we were talking about life insurance policies and stuff like that, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we have policies on everybody." Like, what? Why? Okay. Like that's that's weird. Right. Yeah, why would they want to pay premiums on your life insurance? I guess if you make enough money off of somebody dying, like, but do you think I'm gonna die soon? Like, is that why? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Me neither, Moon. I was really weirded out by it. Really weirded out by it. Oh man. That's whenever I went and decided that I was gonna take out life insurance policies on all of my mod team. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I don't
Just get
care
life
if I
insurance
go,
policies on
somebody
all the
makes some
people.
money. Go right ahead.
It's like all of a sudden I stopped wanting to eat dinner over their house because you just don't know what's in the food. You know, like no, thank you. Your mom has one on all 4 kids and 16 grandkids, right? That makes sense though, in case of, you know, Grandma Sherry. Oh man. Yeah, Oprah in the chat with the life insurance policies. And you get a life insurance policy, and you get a life insurance policy. People will be like, "Don't chat in Sleuth Mom's chat. She like takes life insurance policies out on people." I don't know what's up with that. Weird. Oh man.
We don't need a life insurance policy. Everybody cash out the dollar.
That's funny. I'm pretty sure it would cost a little bit more than $290. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I wonder who is going to be sitting on Letitia's side of the courtroom. I've been sitting here thinking about that because
Probably everybody who can't fit on the other side.
do you think? Well,
Yeah.
they reserved it. Like the judge said that the bench behind the defense is reserved for the defense peoples, and the
Yeah.
bench behind the prosecution is reserved for the prosecution. And then they were talking a little bit about, what if blah blah blah, and he was like, if they have an issue, tell them to come and see me. And I'm like, okay, what's going on now? You know what I mean? Um, but it sounds like at least the family will get to come into the courtroom, which is good. Which is really good. But who will be on T's side? Because I can't picture in 1,000 years, like, for example, Harley sitting there in support of her. I think I'd be a little bit
Well,
shocked, to be honest, unless that's the only seats left. And so she's like, sure, mom, I'll sit here and support you so that I can be in the courtroom.
they give one bench for each, and then the rest of the courtroom, it's not which side, you just sit wherever.
Sorry, I was reading the chat. BJ Breaks, aka Nikki, said, I can't afford a life insurance policy. Can someone take one out on me and please help my family if I die?
Exactly.
Hey, Jules, how are you? Opening arguments coming soon. 1 hour out. Yes, you could get
Woohoo.
the Gerber Grow Up plan, which people did as gifts and served as life insurance policy. Exactly. Is she allowed if she's testifying? See, I don't know. I don't know if they're going to let the witnesses in. Like, because I'm sure that Albert will probably testify. I can't imagine him not. So will he be able to be there? Yeah, exactly, Chica. Harley disarmed her bomb.
Yes.
That's the last I heard too. Go ahead.
Yeah, the family's going to be there.
Yeah. It should be interesting. What do you think we're going to hear in the opening statements? 2 minutes is all we got, and he dropped us like several things that we didn't know in that 2 minutes. They're going to have an entire hour.
I have no idea. Y'all are probably going to have to pick me up off the floor because I'm sure I'm going to hear all kinds of things that I didn't know was a thing
Yeah,
throughout the opening statement and all of this. I think we're going to be rather shocked.
I do too. I'm glad that it's going to be recorded, on this stream and on other streams, because I'm going to want to listen to it again. I have a feeling.
Yeah.
I'm going to need to hear it more than once. I'm sure of it. Thank you so much, Megs, for the super sticker.
Yay. Thank you, Megs.
Super appreciate it. Or it's very
Sorry,
so much in
y'all.
who can sit and drink.
I have to grift for the next month so we can cover our annual costs and the purchase of the new computer. So I'm sorry, I've got out the tin cup for like the next month to 6 weeks.
You're so funny. I love you though. I do.
I'm just
She's
letting
talking
them
about
know.
She's talking about because I purchased a new computer, which a lot of you guys know. I did put it on the credit card, so it will take time to pay it off, of course. And so been my little grifter mod trying to get it paid off as quick as possible so that my husband's not like, "What are you doing?" All that fun
Trying to
stuff.
keep Mr. Sleuth Mom happy.
Sleuth Daddy. You were surprised that almost everyone could sit in on Murdaugh. Really, Emily? Billy's around in the bushes' chair, so that whenever she doesn't get a so that she doesn't get a head injury. I think so too. Do it like Humpty Dumpty. Oh. Ah. Ramblin'. That's so funny. Ramblin' sent in her $1. She said, "Here's
Thank
my
you,
$1."
Ramblin'. Thank you.
That's so funny. I love you so much. That's so
Well, I
funny. Oh,
figure if a quarter of all of our subscribers just send $1, we're good. We are good. And that would probably even cover the additional upgrades we would like to have. We would probably have more than what we need, in all honesty.
that's so funny. Oh, you guys are good. Everybody who can't send money, that's we totally get it. Just hit the like button, be here for Gannon, be here for the chat, and just come in and watch.
Yeah, if you can't
That's
afford
it.
to spend money, don't worry about it. Somebody will eventually gift memberships and you'll get to be a member. And then, absolutely just hit the like button because that helps us so much. Even if you're not in the chat and you're just here listening, please hit that like button to the left of the screen under the video because that really does help us. And if you don't like us, hit the thumbs down. That helps us grow.
She's like, make sure you hit the dislike. It's cool. No, you're so funny. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. You guys don't have to do that though, honestly. Just being here, like I said, to watch and supporting us while we're here. Yeah, YouTube takes 55% now from people who use iPhones. It's like 55% starting in January. It's craziness.
Yeah, that's why
Absolutely craziness.
we're doing the PayPal and the Cash App link. But I'm shooting for an average of $20 a day for the
Keep in
next
mind these are her goals.
right?
Don't hate me for it. B Tim, don't be like calling me out on panels and stuff after this.
Yay.
Thank you so much, Emily Fatilla. Guys, if you don't know how to accept memberships, there should be like a green box. Hold on.
There's a green box that you tap that, and then there's a button that says allow gifts. Go ahead and slide that button, and that will allow you to get free memberships when people gift them. Thank you, BJ. We got all the support going. Thank you, y'all. We have been working so hard to be able to do this and cover this whole trial, and I'm really, really happy to be here and get justice for Gannon. I'm thrilled about this. We are finally here. I didn't think we would ever get here. And she sure tried to put it off again today with that change of venue request, the second change of venue request they put in. Welcome, Kimmy.
Hey, Kimmy, welcome to the family. Sorry, guys. No, thank you guys all for being here. Honestly, keep up the good work. I mean, what am I doing really? I am. Thank you so much, Yorkie. Yes, I was reading it. I'm like, who is this? Thank you so much, Yorkie, for the Cash App. You guys are awesome. And honestly, this is more about justice for Gannon, being here to watch this as a community. Nobody wants to watch this trial alone. I mean,
No.
it's going to be a lot. It's going to be so, so much. Diana, welcome to the family. You guys are amazing. You guys are going to make me cry. Welcome, Megs. Or thank you, Megs, for the super chat as well. This is so awesome. You guys are great. Running to Target. Yes. Run your errands now while they are on lunch. Exactly. Yes. Welcome to all of
Absolutely.
our new members.
Eat your
I didn't even
lunch,
see.
go to the bathroom, do all the things, run your errands.
Do all the things. Where is? Just trying to look and see who got the gifted memberships. Oh, Amy M. Oh, it's Sherry. Harpy Markle, Criminality, and Leo were who received the gifted memberships from Emily. So welcome, guys, to
Yay.
the family. You wish iPhones had membership links.
I do too. That would have been really convenient to have this morning.
Yeah. Here it is, though, if you need the link. It's literally for any channel that you go to, guys. If you need the join link, all you have to do is copy and paste the actual YouTube URL link and then put a slash and the word join at the end. And that's it. That's how you make the iPhone link. So let me see. I'm going to be super interested in Harley's testimony as well. I think that there's going to be a lot there.
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot there. And I really hope that it can put to rest anyone's suspicions about her, because I really, truly, honestly believe if she had anything at all to do with this, that she would have been arrested as well. Grandma Sherry, sorry. She says, "Don't take out life insurance on me, please. I love you, Grandma Sherry." I'll cancel my policy. I'm just kidding. That's so funny. You were never told that as a mod? Yeah, that's all it is you just copy their link and then put the sideways slash, this one. Let me put it in the chat. / I think it's called. And then after the / you type the word join. And that is any channel. That's how you get their membership link for iPhone. Jessica, they have selected their jury. We are in recess for another 45 minutes. And then they will be coming back with their opening statements. I think she did too. I think Harley truly loved Gannon too. Yes, this was the boy who was found under the bridge, Megs. Trying to look for like a good summary video that's short. Let me get you this one. We can watch this one. Should have a lot of the details for those of you who may not be as familiar.
Is a tragic story out of Colorado involving an 11-year-old boy named Gannon Stauch. The story began as a missing persons case.
So I'm urging anyone that has any leads, credible leads, if you're too afraid because you know something, a kid just doesn't disappear and no one sees him. It's not how this works. So if you have anything that's credible, if you're afraid, don't worry about it. Imagine my son, how afraid he is. Imagine how afraid Gannon is.
That's the family of 11-year-old Gannon Stauch looking for help to find their missing son. But just 26 days later, that emotional plea turned into heartbreak and a call for justice.
Today, I got...
Pause in between. That's that copyright strike music. I wasn't even thinking about Court TV doing that. You don't like Vinny? That guy has bad friends. Yeah, they don't bring the best people in the world up there. But they do have a nice little summary video about Gannon here. Yeah, you have to go into the membership gifts. Click on like if there's still a green box at the top of your screen, you can click on that and hit allow gifts. Or you can, whenever it pops up, you just hit the word allow gifts. And that's how you accept them. But yes, you have to actually accept them whenever you go into the streams for each YouTuber that you watch. And that's how the same people oftentimes will get it over and over again on the same channels. It's because of the fact that a lot of people don't know how to accept the gifted memberships. And so many don't ever receive them because of that.
The worst news and the best news. Obviously, we know what the worst news is, but the best news is that justice will be served, and I'll make sure that justice is served. She will pay 100% for this heinous thing she done.
Gannon's father, Al, so broken up he couldn't speak. So a member of the sheriff's office delivered his words.
My little boy is not coming home. We will never play Nintendo again. The person who committed this heinous, horrible crime is one that I gave more to anyone else on this planet, and that is a burden that I will carry with me for a very long time.
So who is this person Gannon's father is speaking about? It's Gannon's alleged killer, his wife, Gannon's stepmother. Her name is Letecia Stauch, and at the time Gannon disappeared, Letecia was part of the Stauch's blended family living in this house. Gannon's mother and father were no longer together, and Letecia was helping to raise Gannon.
As I've said in the past, we will not try this case in the media.
At this point, investigators and prosecutors have spoken very little about the facts of the case, but the prosecution's theory is laid out pretty clearly in this arrest warrant affidavit obtained by Court TV. It begins with a 911 call at 6:55 p.m. on Monday, January 27th. Letecia told the operator Gannon was supposed to come home from a friend's house an hour ago, and she was unable to locate him. At the time, Gannon's father was out of town on reserve duty. A missing person investigation was opened up, and a community began to search for a little boy.
This was a kid that it was very frequent out front, being very, being a kid, very playful, very funny.
Whatever we could do just to show them that we're thinking of them and, they're in our thoughts and prayers.
As the investigation continued, police began to question Letecia's story. They examined phone records, GPS records, home security system records, and a surveillance video from a neighbor's home.
Neighbor Roderick Drayton gave investigators his home surveillance video showing Gannon leaving with his stepmother, then returning without him on the day the child disappeared. He says he searched the video after seeing the stepmother interviewed.
Or just didn't seem right the way she was talking. Okay. If my child is missing, I'm gonna face the camera and talk to you. That you see the pain in my face.
In court, prosecutors spoke about the vast amount of evidence gathered during the investigation.
The last number that I heard was over 107 search warrants in this case. Yes, 107. I think that number is bigger than that number, though, just based on, that was last week sometime that I heard that.
Sleuth Mom, did you mean to
I didn't know I
mute?
was on. Yes, I didn't know I was muted. Jeez. I'm sitting here talking. I just said it doesn't even matter if I pause or not at this point. Honestly, they took the ad revenue for the stream. It's not a big deal. But my thing is, they were saying, the victim impact statements. I don't know how we're going to handle that between Landon and Al. And then, God, will they have the kids talk? Will his sisters do victim impact statements? His stepsister? It's going to be rough. It's going to be very rough.
Yeah, he's got two stepsisters there.
Right.
People always forget that Harley
About
wasn't the
Mike's
only
daughter.
stepsister.
Right.
Yeah. He had siblings that loved him. And they're, you say step, but there's really no step to it.
Right. Especially
Just
whenever you're raised with
siblings.
them.
Yeah.
Mhm. Absolutely. I don't know. It's a lot. It is.
These 107 search warrants uncovered a lot, including blood stains on Gannon's mattress, blood spatter on this electrical socket next to his bed, evidence of blood in the garage and near the bumper of Letecia's Volkswagen. Many of these blood samples were directly linked to Gannon's DNA. All this, enough to arrest Letecia, who was no longer in Colorado where Gannon went missing. Letecia was arrested on March 2nd in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Then, on March 20th, a huge development.
Now to breaking news at 5. It is believed that 11-year-old Gannon Stauch's remains have been found.
Gannon's remains were found not in Colorado, not in South Carolina, but in Florida, 15 miles north of Pensacola, near the Escambia River Bridge in a town called Pace.
Today, I filed new formal charges in the case against Letecia Stauch. Those charges are murder in the first degree after deliberation, a Class 1 felony that carries a potential prison sentence of life in prison without parole. In addition to that, I filed 8 counts of crime of violence for the alleged use of a firearm, a blunt instrument, a knife or other sharp object, and for causing the death of Gannon Stauch.
Letecia Stauch is
You remember that press conference? Whenever we all heard all of that?
I do. I cried through the whole thing.
Yeah, me too. Especially knowing, how tiny Gannon was. To think of her doing so many different horrific things to him. It wasn't like he was some big burly kid who was going to fight back and really put up that much of, and he did. He fought for his life. I don't want to discount the fact that he had defensive wounds and that he really did fight, but it's just I don't know. He was just a small child in general because of being born premature and stuff. And so whenever he described like all of the different stuff, I know it shocked so many people. So many people. We have about 40 minutes, Mama CEO. And they should be back and we will have the opening statements. Sorry, my brain is like very, very slow to move right now.
And we will be off audio and on video at that point.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. My brain is like, that music is killing me. But let me finish it. Yeah, the one with the ducky. I know, Emily.
presumed innocent, and according to the arrest affidavit, she has a story. She told investigators Gannon was abducted by a Hispanic man named Edgardo, who took Gannon at gunpoint after sexually assaulting Letecia inside the family's home. That's a story investigators don't believe, but the question is, will Letecia tell that story to a jury? And will a jury believe it? Or will they deliver the justice Gannon's family is looking for?
On the first day, I did $12,000, and that was like, wow.
About the actions of Letecia Stauch that don't make sense. Let's talk about some of them. Let's bring everyone back in. We've got Seema.
Yeah, we don't need to listen to his thoughts. We just wanted to get that. I should take a quick break too. You know what? I take a lot of breaks. So like I'm walking around while it's live, while they're talking, and I'm on my phone. So like, making the kids lunch and doing dishes and all the things. So it's not honestly that bad. It's really not. I thought it was going to be worse whenever we were streaming, knowing that it was going to be like 8-hour days. But it's not terrible. It's doable, especially since my mother-in-law's been coming over to help out with the kids through the day. And so that's been really nice. Oh, let me see. Yes, it did, Connie. I got it. Thank you so much. Thank you. So it's been really nice to be able to be here and take care of things, but also whenever they're talking, like I said, we are not. We are not right here. That's why it takes me a second sometimes to unmute, because I'm like, oh, why is he not talking for so long again? What is going on? What did I do? Well, here's the thing, okay? And she did. BC tried to get me to shut down the live stream while they were away for lunch and then come back. But the thing is, like, if you shut down the live, okay, right now we have 280 people in here. If I shut down this live and then plan to restart up, you know what happens to that 280 people? I might get like half back. And that sounds weird, but like you guys like, and I do this too. Whenever a stream shuts down, you go and you get in a chat somewhere else and you might see different friends or you might see different people that you're with. And so we just we just stay alive and we try to talk. Usually I'm talking about Gannon pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, we're going to be here all day through this.
Yeah, all
But
day every day.
we have enough mods where our mods can take breaks and things.
Mhm.
And we have an outstanding group of people in our chat where we hardly have any trolls or fighting or anything like that. They make the mod job pretty much easy. It's very
And
rare for
honestly,
us to have anything go wrong in chat.
even if there is trolls and craziness and stuff, we just kind of ignore it and keep rolling. We've been through it. We have been through it, and so we're used to it. Yeah, they go to another live. B Tim goes exactly. B Tim is like, okay, that wasn't entertaining for 12 seconds. I'm going to go on panel here. I'm going to go there, and then I'll be there next. The other day, I'm like, where are you at? And he was everywhere. He was literally everywhere. I do. I have an amazing mod team. I have a really great mod team. Yeah. Welcome, Phyllis. Thank you. Thank you. So let's see. We've got about 30 minutes left. Let me get. Yeah. You've never seen this chat out of control. It keeps pretty calm. It really does. And just like that, you talk about
We have lovely viewers.
No, I was getting ready to say it just like that. You talk about trolls being in the chat, and then there's literally like 4 people subscribed all at once. And it's like, oh gosh, please don't tell me. I'm sure they're going to be great people, but how do you get to be a mod? Be here, honestly, just be here all the time. I have to be able to talk to you and have a way to direct communication with you, but really being here and support, that's how these ladies all got their positions. I mean, these ladies and Tim's been with me since Ariel Sellers' case. I mean, I think I had like 180 subs, maybe 300, somewhere in between there, whenever I first worked with B Tim. So it's just about being here and being in support and stuff, helping out.
Oh, that reminds me. Shout out to all of those lovely lurkers. If you're not in chat and you're just listening today, thank you so much for coming. Please be sure to hit that like button. Okay? Hit the like button, please. Okay, you can
Oh
go on.
man. Grandma Sherry. She makes me pay her monthly. You lie. That's funny. I know. I can't believe that we're finally here. Hi, Break the Silence. Welcome. I can't believe that we're finally here either. It's been so long. So long. It feels like an eternity for us, but imagine the family, how relieved and how nervous and anxious and everything else they probably feel right now.
I can't even imagine them going in and sitting through this. I mean, my heart just goes out to them. This has to be the most horrific thing ever.
Right? Oh, Emily did gift another membership. I didn't even see it. Thank you so much, Emily. Rexy's like, stop calling me out. I'm a lurker. I lurk everywhere I go to. Every now and then I'll talk and I'll forget that I haven't talked yet in that chat. Because usually, if I'm not intending to lurk, I will go in right away and I'll be like, hi, how's everybody doing? Blah, blah, blah. But every now and then I'll be lurking. And then the person talking says something and I comment. And then it's like, oh my God, hi, Sleuth Mom. And I'm like, oh crap. I forgot I wasn't talking in here.
I
Not because
am
I don't love
most
the creator, but just because once you talk in a chat as a creator, you get everybody wants to say hi to you back, and then everybody wants to talk to you and things like that. And so if I don't have the time to monitor chat and actually sit there and talk, then I try not to say anything at all because I don't want to look away and then have somebody be talking to me or tagging me and then not respond to them. And somebody be like, oh my God, I can't believe that you said hi to every person in that chat, but that you didn't say anything to me. Do you know what I mean? And so I don't know. So I did that in oh gosh, where was I at the other day? I want to say it was either Criminality or Alex Erickson, where I said something in response to something they were talking about, and then I was like, "Oh no, I just talked and I didn't mean to." But I'm usually, I mean, almost always there are certain channels that I go and I watch and I listen, and I always have something on in my earbuds at some point in time, right? And so I'm usually somewhere, but it's just a matter of where. Like Gray Hughes is another one. I pretty much only lurk in Gray Hughes chat. Um, because I have made the mistake of going in before, and this is nothing against Gray, but I have made the mistake of going in before and saying something on a case that I had recently covered. And then somebody in the chat responded with hello, and I watched your coverage on this case or whatever. And then it makes it hard to respond because some creators, I don't want people to think that I'm like promoting myself in their chats or whatever. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, Angel Overstreet was one case that he had covered that I was very familiar with. That's literally why I started my channel. And he was covering it and he said something and I corrected him. Oh God, never ever. Never ever again will I be like, actually, no, that's not the that's not what it was or whatever I said. And he was like, yeah, okay, Sleuth Mom, I'll tell the story here. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. Wasn't trying to take over.
well,
Yeah.
I'll lurk, but I won't even.
What? She said, I lurk, and then she just disappeared. Yeah, I learned that the hard way. I will say that I was only on YouTube for about a month whenever I did that.
Sorry, guys, I totally got booted out.
Yeah, that was a mistake that I learned pretty early on in my YouTube career, though. But you're right, Avery. I need to learn how to tell people I'm on my phone and can't tag people, so just say hi, everyone. I need to do that. But usually I don't. Usually I sit there and I try to type out everybody's names and stuff. Oh man. But thank you so much for the super chat, Ramblin. You noticed you were blocked from Chris McDonough last night. You were correcting him and you got kicked. Oh no. Oh man. What a trip. You won't be offended with your ADD self. Yeah, you would miss a lot of people. She said she was going to come work. I was like, sorry, I'm still behind in chat. He used to sell t-shirts. Listen, I love him. I listen to him literally like not every night, but I would say probably 4 out of 7 nights I fall asleep listening to Gray Hughes, and not because he's boring, but just because he's on after my bedtime. And so I listened to him a good bit. A lot. So, do I have an iPhone link to join? Yes. Thank you so much for the super chat. You didn't have to send that to ask that question. Thank you. He can't believe McDonough kicked somebody. That's crazy. Okay. Remember back when Ringo chatted instead of lurking? I know. I seen him comment up there. I was scrolling down through. He said lurker lives matter. Hold on. Thank you so much, Grandma Sherry. Here is the membership link to join. The donut will block anyone who disagrees. The donut. You just can't. Oh, man. Thank you so much, Sweet Mom, and It's a Crime. She's amazing, too. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, if we're gonna talk about favorite channels, and I probably shouldn't even be saying this out loud, but favorite channels, obviously Chasing Truth, right? I love Chasing Truth. I love her so much. Um,
Yeah, we love
she's awesome.
chasing.
We are definitely chasing fans. Fangirl. The first time she ever came into my chat and said something, I literally like had a nervous breakdown in my mod chat. I'm like, what do I do? Because she was in here and I was like, oh my God. I'm not sure, Dominic, but I love chasing. And then outside of like the obvious, criminality is another one of my favorites. I love to sit in there and just listen because Teresa and Michelle just put everything together so amazing with their PowerPoints and being able to read the information as I'm watching. I love that. And I need to do that more often. I have a couple of times where I've put together like actual presentations and they do it every time almost. And they do so much work over there. And before they were Criminality, they were a different channel, and I'm not sure what happened to that, but I loved that channel too. I don't know the details. I don't need to know the details, but so I've been watching Teresa for a while now. I was fangirling so hard when Chasing came in. I freaked out. And then of course, wouldn't that have been the day that my neighbor who never knocks on my door. No, it wasn't my neighbor. It was a stray dog from up the road came and got on my porch. And so I had just went live and this stray dog walks on my porch. And of course, my dog could see the stray dog and freaked out. So here I am, Chasing is in my chat. I'm like, this has got to be the best live I've ever done. I got to get get ready so that I can do this and impress Chasing so that she will love me. And I'm like all set up for it, right? And then the dog goes insane. Peaches, she lost her mind, freaking out at this dog on my porch. And I'm like trying to talk and mute in between. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I'm like, oh, crap. Like, I don't know. I didn't know how to respond whenever, like, I didn't know what to do. And I ended up eventually, I ended my live stream early because of everything. Like, I couldn't get my brain right afterwards because my dog just lost her mind. Yeah. So, yeah. You used to have a dog named Peaches. That's my husky lab mix. Her name is Peaches. So, hi Stacy C. But yeah, as far as like channels that I sit and watch, like Gray, Chasing, Criminality, like those are ones that if I have a choice to just sit and watch a channel, it's going to be them. Um, there's probably one or two more. Queen Bee, obviously, I sit and listen to Queen Bee because I love to hear B Tim on panel. I really appreciate his thought process on things and how he just tries to stay clear across the board with almost everything that he does. And so, yeah, so I like to go and listen to wherever he is. You know, sometimes he's on Queen Bee, sometimes he's on Jonesin, sometimes he's on Circle Jerk, sometimes he's on, you know, Scientific Skeptic.
He
Sometimes
just
he's on his
shows up.
actual channel. Sometimes he's actually on his own channel, which is Zero Two Manic for those of you who don't know. But yeah, I don't know. That would probably be my top 4 though. Those guys. Who names their dog Peaches, Ringo? Get out of here. My son did. He decided that her name was Peaches. Don't make fun of her name. Some of the law channels can be interesting and fun. Yeah, if we're talking law channels, oh, I don't know. I have a whole list. Sorry, guys, just chatting away while we are waiting in between to pass the time, really. I don't even know how I got on this topic, to be completely honest. But I already said this before, though. Whenever it comes down to it, the fact that the fact that Gannon himself is the fact that Gannon himself, sorry, I read Ringo's comment at the same time. It was always a jokester and loved to laugh and have fun and always wanted to make sure that everyone was smiling around him. And he just wanted to make sure that everybody was happy. You know, I will not stop myself from smiling and being happy through this trial, because I really think that Gannon would not want us sitting here crying and devastated the entire time that this is going on. I just don't. And so that's why, you know, you will hear us. We're laughing right now in between while we're waiting. Yes. You'll hear us make fun of tea at multiple points in time, I'm sure. You know, Egg Guardo. We've made fun of the judge during jury selection because of his Denver omelets and his wife nagging him and things like that. And we're going to continue to go with it that way. You know, this isn't going to be a sad chat. We will take things light and wholehearted, and we will grieve when it's appropriate. You know, obviously the terrible things that happened to him, but his spirit, his light, he wouldn't have wanted us sitting here crying on this panel. In the bushes, you're supposed to talk whenever I get really awkwardly quiet.
Well, I thought you were coming right back. I didn't realize that you were going to mute and take off.
You were the worst panel pickup partner.
I know.
It's okay, though. It's all right.
I'm so bad. But I grift. I pay the bills, baby.
Man, that's so funny. Let's see. I should have gotten 5 pet rats. No. Yeah, Jonesin. Jonesin makes me smile too. Yeah. They're all hilarious. You have to lurk. Yeah. You don't have to worry about that here.
It's
Megs.
okay to lurk. I'm one who puts on my headphones. I put down the phone. I don't look at the chat. I don't do nothing. I'll listen. It's really rare for me to actually go into chats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
It's
you are a lurker.
okay just to listen.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Just remember to hit the like. It's not okay to listen and not hit the like. You have to hit the like. Unless you dislike it, then hit the dislike. But do something. Thumb up, thumb down, whatever you do something, please. Not that I
There
want you to hear
yeah,
what I'm saying.
there are a lot of good true crime channels, and, like, Grizzly, I know some people really like her, and I don't think she's horrible, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the chat, I don't know what it is, but just something there just doesn't click for me. I don't know why. Um Oh, stop it, Ringo. Go away. Is it because In the Bushes gets blocked in other chats? Maybe. Maybe,
I don't
maybe. But
get
I know a lot
blocked.
of people love Grizzly. And I have nothing against her personally. I don't know. It's just not there's just something there. Like, I don't know. Yeah, some chats have too many people to chat. And I hate it whenever you go into the ones where it's like the creators don't respond to anyone unless it's on a super chat. That frustrates me because I'm sorry, none of us are too big for that. And if you are, then slow your chat down so that you can actually read what people are talking about. You also like to listen to Avery Shannon, although she doesn't go live very often or do many videos, but when she does, I really enjoy her. Yeah, you're not a Grizzly person at all. Some people just, I don't know, it's just different personalities, right? And that's why there's so many different options on true crime and so many people who are out here doing this. And but I prefer like smaller audiences. To be completely honest, I actually liked Gray back before he started to pick up with the Idaho 4 case. He gained a lot of subscribers off of that and his chats like doubled. But I don't know. Now it's like even more awkward to go in and chat. That sounds bad, but it's true. Yeah, make sure you're on live chat. You're a larker too. You don't chat much. Jen Liu. Yeah, Jen Liu's awesome. Jen Liu. Avery Shannon did. She did a shameless plug. Sorry, we're already sitting here talking about people, right? You love the blue background, Ringo? I was told that you were going to love the blue background. The blue background's for Gannon. Michelle After Dark. Yes, Michelle After Dark is a good one. I like Michelle After Dark's little short videos. I've never really been to many of her lives because it seems like she goes live around the same time is what I do. And so I don't really ever get to go to his lives or to her lives. Sorry. I was reading two things at once. So I don't really get to go to her lives very often, but I love waking up to her videos in the morning because typically they're a summary of everything that happened the day before in 15 minutes or less, which is nice.
I love It's a Crime and Plunder. Love them both.
Oh yes, Plunder. Plunder. Yes.
Love some
Plunder
Plunder.
has yes. Yeah. But see, those are like big channels. I feel like I don't even have to like I don't know. You don't even have to mention It's a Crime or Plunder. It's just kind of assumed that people love them. Do you know what I mean? And not gonna lie about that either. There was a time in our lives in the bushes whenever you used to be like, I love Plunder, and I'm like, no, I have to listen to her on 2 times speed because she talks so slow. Remember that whole controversy? And you're like, listen, but she's amazing. And I'm like, I don't know, I can't do it. But
Yes, I
she
was
has
the odd
developed
man
so
out
much.
on her,
I've
but
grown to
she's
love her so
brilliant.
much. She is very, very much so. I think honestly, since she came back after losing her monetization and losing her all the things, right? Everything that happened and taking her videos down. And now that she's on camera, like I don't know if it just made it that much better to me. And her cadence is that much more natural now. I think now that you can see her movements and her body expressions and stuff while she's talking, you can understand why her voice is slower. But she, like me, is somebody that you can understand on 2 times speed and you don't have to worry about it. So,
True that.
yeah, Plunder's awesome. I think we have like named every creator now. So everybody's gonna come in and listen to this and be like, why were you saying this? Yes, 14 minutes. Oh, let me check. Dun, dun. Nope, hasn't started yet. I just checked. Hmm. Yeah, you like seeing the creator on camera. And I so wish I could, but even with somebody here with my kids, like you guys hear them, I will never be that mom who puts this above my children to the point where they aren't allowed in the room while I'm streaming. So if my 2-year-old wants to walk in here, then she is more than welcome to. And that's why my camera's not on, because I literally never know when she's going to want to tell me that the puppy chewed her bank or whatever, and so I have been on camera several times. If you want to know what I look like, I have been on camera several times. But I just don't do it on the normal because unfortunately I put the value over protecting my kids and their everyday life much, much higher than you people seeing me talk. Whatever happened to dad with a phone? There was stuff all around this case, like right after it happened, there was a whole Facebook group about taking down dad with a phone, and I'm not entirely sure whatever happened with that. But as far as I know, he is not going to be covering this case or true crime to my knowledge. But I think there were some legal issues. I don't even know. It was all
There were
kinds of
some
crazy,
legal
but they had a whole
issues. He did some sleazy stuff, which was unfortunate because I used to watch him. I know that he did some sleazy stuff to Gannon's family. Um, recording phone calls and putting them out, editing them to where it sounded like somebody was saying something, but they weren't really saying that. Stuff like that.
Oh, wow.
Just for the views.
See, and I don't know. I didn't follow enough of that, right? I know I watched the shirtless live where he was talking about, yes, opening statement should be in about 11 minutes. We are just waiting for it to come on. 11 minutes, Cristola. But I don't know. I can't honestly speak to what happened to him or whatever because I just didn't follow it enough. I only watched several things that he had done, and one of them was, of course, the famous shirtless live, where he came on and told us that he was going to be arrested, and everybody was like, "Yeah, right." And then next thing you know, T was arrested like a day or two later. He does dog training now. Interesting. I know. Let's go. I keep checking. The court still is not live though. They have a nice little dot that shows up green once it goes live, and it's not there. There.
But the important thing is it's going to happen today, folks. It is not delayed. Now, they might have to wheel her butt in on a dolly like Hannibal Lecter, but she will be there. You're muted, Sleuth Mom. I guess we got a kid in the room. They do run freely even when she has a babysitter. They come in.
I wait, talk because I just disconnected my headphone walking too far away. I gotta make sure the sound's back.
It's back.
Okay. Great. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss you out of my life. If you want to jump down, thank you so much for coming up for a little bit and helping out fill the time space. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome. I'm sorry the rest of the crew didn't show up. I thought we was gonna have a few people here, but that's okay. We'll catch them next time.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
all right.
y'all, I'm coming back into chat. I'm gonna griff some more. Be prepared.
You terrible, terrible, terrible.
I am. Bye.
You bet she stays in the holding room. Yeah, I hope they don't let her, but I know. Fingers crossed that the camera angle is good and the sound is on point. That's what we need. I do too. I hope they bring her in Hannibal Lecter style. Still nothing. Still nothing. Yes, I am going to be showing the entire trial. I am. The good news is about me not being on camera is while he is talking and they're doing the trial parts, I am free to up and walk around and do all the things. So, and just listen from my earbuds. Oh, the struggle is real. I just got your cash app. Thank you so much, hon. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, T minus 7 minutes and counting. They better not be late. I'm getting nervous about the fact that they still haven't turned on the WebEx feed. Usually he turns it on like a decent amount of time before, so they might be working on like the camera angles and things like that is my guess. You think that she's showing out making a scene? It's possible. Hog died. Oh boy, wouldn't that be a sight? She should have to sit there hog tied anyways. Yeah, do you think they're more enjoyable? Don't do that. Don't be burning down this place. No, no, no. My dogs are getting ready to bark because my husband's getting ready to walk in, just so you guys know. It's going to happen. I'm going to mute for a minute. Well, they're starting to make me nervous. We got 4 minutes. They still haven't put it up yet. Still not. Yes, Sleuth Daddy is home. Sleuth Daddy in the house. I'm not sure if she's gonna. I think she's gonna be in street clothes. Somebody else was saying that they referred to her as the woman in the blue shirt during one of the things. I just don't want them to like forget to start it because I swear the judge forgot the one day because of the fact that he was just talking it up. And then they like turned it on halfway through their dismissing jurors. Yes, I did fix the sound. Yep.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. What we're going to do is let the people into the courtroom now, and then we will bring in the jurors in a moment. Are you ready to go on hooked up? And are you going to be using any electronic stuff? You're going to be plugged in from there, the podium.
We're plugged in. Oh,
Oh.
you're gonna do it.
No, I don't care. I just need to. I just need to know. Okay, all right. And I will turn off the perimeter lights when we get there, so that everybody can see. And so let's go ahead and let them in. There we go. You're using that Ms. Gratiano, you're using that laptop, right? That's what should be coming up on the screen. Okay. Yep. We good? All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in. Becky, are you using this for bench conferences or? Okay. I'm actually checking it again. All rise for the jury, please. Yes.
Remain on throughout the trial, or is it something?
Unless I turn them on, and I will let you know if I do that. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will call 20 CR 135A, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. When we took our recess, I told you that we would start with opening statements at this point in time, and that's where we will begin. Again, remember that nothing that the attorneys say is evidence. This is this is sort of an overview of what they believe the evidence will show. With that, prosecution. Go ahead.
No, I was asking if you could turn on.
You want it now? Go ahead. Okay.
And if you want to dim the lights on, fine.
I can't, actually, I thought this was for perimeter lights like it is in my courtroom, but it's not. Their panel is up there. If you want to dim the perimeter lights, it's up to you. Okay. All right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Paramount question you will have to answer as jurors in this case has to do with sanity, specifically the defendant's sanity. At the conclusion of the evidence, the court will give you jury instructions. One specific jury instruction will talk specifically about insanity. It will read that as to the question of sanity, the defendant was insane at the time of the commission of the acts if she was so diseased or defective in mind at the time of the commission of the acts as to be incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to that act, or she suffered from a condition of mind caused by a mental disease or defect that prevented her from forming a culpable mental state. That is an essential element of a crime charge. A culpable mental state is like an intentionally or knowingly. Evidence in this case will show that she could distinguish between right and wrong, and that she was absolutely capable of forming the specific intent required for these charges. Those instructions will go on to give specific guidance on what qualifies as a mental disease or defect. It says care should not be taken to confuse mental disease or defect with moral obliquity, mental depravity, passion growing out of anger, revenge, or hatred, or other motives and kindred evil conditions. Because when an act is induced by any of these causes, the ones that I just listed, the person is accountable to the law, meaning that person can be found guilty for committing crimes charged. You should consider the evidence you will hear in this case in context with that instruction. This case is about two people. First is Gannon Jacob Stauch, an 11-year-old little boy. Came into this world premature, weighing just 1 pound 6 ounces. He proved to be a fighter. Overcame the difficulties associated with being born so small. He's survived by his mother, Landon Hyatt, his father, Al Stauch, and his precocious little sister, Lena. On January 26, 2020, something bad happened inside the Stauch family home. Gannon suffered some burns. You'll learn this from a video recording this defendant made that night, January 26th. You'll hear her as she manipulated Gannon, putting guilt on him for some mistake that a child made. And in that recording, you'll hear Gannon say in his own words, "I'm just worried about my burns."
I just don't know what to do.
Well, devastating. Initially, I can't lie when the TMZ information.
Gannon, I promise it's the last time I'm going to ask you. I'm just freaked out, okay? Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose? Okay, we promise. We promise. Pinky promise. Okay, all right, so listen. We're, all right, we're gonna have to sell stuff to fix it. Okay, so we figure out what we gotta sell. We can sell the sofa, we can sell whatever, because we gotta get it fixed. So lady, don't be mad at us and kick us out of the house. Okay? You got it? You got it?
I'm just worried about my.
Okay, shh, listen. So tomorrow,
The other person in this case is that last voice you just heard, who said so tomorrow. This lady sitting right here, the defendant. January 26, 2020, and into January 27, 2020, she was the sole provider for Gannon. Her husband, Al Stauch, Gannon's father, serves in the National Guard. He was in Oklahoma for National Guard training, left that Saturday night, the 25th. Everything that happened to Gannon from that point forward was her decision. She carried out actions to kill Gannon, to put his body in a suitcase and hide it, to hide evidence of what she did to Gannon. Told numerous stories to investigators to manipulate the course of the investigation. And finally, to discard Gannon inside that suitcase off of a Florida bridge like garbage. January 27, 2020, Gannon's home, located at 6627 Mandan Drive, here in Colorado Springs, Colorado, turned into the stuff of nightmares. In fact, the one place a little boy like Gannon should have felt the safest, his bedroom, turned into, like I said, the stuff of nightmares. That bedroom is in fact where he was brutally murdered. The defendant attacked him viciously, mercilessly, deliberately, and intentionally. These are exhibits that you'll see from the doctor down in Florida, Dr. Ignacio, when she performed the autopsy. He'll tell you that Gannon suffered 18 stab wounds to his body, his chest, his back, his head, and most importantly, his arms and his hands. Why is that important? Gannon was fighting for his life, and those were defensive wounds. Next came a crushing blow to his head that was so strong, it fractured his skull like an eggshell. That wasn't enough for this defendant. He retrieved a 9mm handgun, fired it at Gannon 3 times. 2 bullets struck the pillow near him and were caught in the fibers of that pillow. That 3rd bullet entered his jaw, traveled through his head, fracturing his mandible, his vertebrae, hitting his spinal cord, and lodged in the back of his head and was recovered at autopsy. Gannon's life drained from his body, drop by drop. The photo that's on the screen right now is a picture of his bedroom. Same corner where he was in that picture, or where you'll see him in the picture in the bed. Each one of those markers signifies a small blood drop that splattered across his wall. It ran down the corner of his mattress, soaked through the carpet padding, and puddled on the concrete foundation below that carpet. The defendant then took very deliberate action. She decided to hide her crimes from the world, and she took action to hide those crimes from the world. She collected Gannon's bloody and broken body and the blankets and pillow that were near him and shoved them into a suitcase and hid them in the storage unit in that basement. That basement storage unit is right around the corner from Gannon's bedroom. What she didn't know is that she was leaving clues behind in that storage room. That plastic tub that you see in the bottom left portion of that picture has Gannon's blood on it. There was an Amazon box in that storage room that has Gannon's blood on it. The concrete floor in that storage room had Gannon's blood on it. The defendant next decided to clean Gannon's room. Deliberately, intentionally, knowing what she was doing. She scrubbed the walls, cleaning them off. She scrubbed the carpet with scrub brushes, that were later found in the dishwasher. Those scrub brushes have carpet fibers in them. They have blood on them. They have Gannon's DNA on them. This is Gannon's bedroom when members of the El Paso County Sheriff's Office first came to the house on January 27th in the evening hours. This is what it looked like. No obvious signs of a struggle. No obvious signs of blood as they walked through the house and through Gannon's bedroom. There were no obvious signs of a struggle or a murder because the defendant had cleaned them up. And also realized she had Gannon's blood on her person. Clothes that she was wearing, likely containing Gannon's blood, based off of how much blood had hit the walls, were never found. Her clothing was never found. These shoes, the defendant's shoes, were found on the washing machine, drying. That reddish rust color that you can see on the soles, Gannon's blood and DNA were found on those shoes. You can see just how much blood she was walking through as she was cleaning up that mess. Took more deliberate action. She collected and discarded other important clues. I mentioned she stabbed Gannon 18 times. The instrument that she used to stab Gannon has never been found. That 9mm handgun that she used to fire 3 rounds at Gannon, shell casing ejected out of that firearm each time she pulled the trigger. No shell casing was ever found in Gannon's room. She then took more deliberate action when she hid Gannon in a suitcase, first in her car, and then up north near the El Paso County, Douglas County line. GPS location data was used to track her locations or her movements. And it led to another grisly discovery up just in this area here. A board was found under a tree. That board had Gannon's blood on it. This is miles away from the Stauch family home, which is in the southeast part of the city, close to the airport. You'll learn through testimony that this board came from the Stauch family garage. Then took more deliberate and thoughtful action. She loaded the suitcase containing Gannon into the back of a rented van and drove to Florida. And that's the course of her travels from here to Florida. She rented a hotel room in Pensacola, Florida on February 4th, 2020. She drove a short distance from that hotel room, which is sort of by those blue angular marks on the map, up to where that red square is on the map. Drove a short distance from that hotel room, across a dark bridge that drives over a river that flows into the Gulf of Mexico. There she acted with determined purpose. Stopped that van. She hauled the suitcase out of the back of that van, drug it to the side of the road, hoisted it up over the railing, pushed it over the side, hoping that Gannon would never be found. 48 days later, 1,300 miles away from where Gannon was murdered, the search for answers and Gannon's remains finally ended on March 17, 2020, when the suitcase that came from that basement storage room, Gannon's remains, blankets, and the pillow were found by an unlucky bridge worker checking that bridge for safety. And imagine the shock that he felt when he realized what was inside that suitcase. Inside that suitcase, obviously Gannon's decomposing remains. Also, these 2 blankets and that pillow. Remember the pictures that I showed just a moment ago of Gannon in bed? These pictures were taken by this defendant on the morning of January 27, 2020. Sent them by text message to Gannon's father, Al, who was in Oklahoma for training. Take note of those blankets. Take note of the blankets that were recovered from that suitcase. The very same blankets and pillow that were in those pictures on January 27, 2020 were found 1,300 miles away with Gannon underneath that bridge. The defendant then purposely, intentionally came up with numerous different stories about what had happened. Gannon was missing. went to a friend's house and never returned. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped by a guy named Eduardo. Gannon was kidnapped and she was raped, but this time by a guy named Quincy Brown. She went to look for a bike up near that Douglas County, El Paso County line. Gannon test rode that bike, crashed, and suffered a horrible head injury. And a guy named Quincy Brown takes Gannon, and now the defendant doesn't know where Gannon is. Cartels were somehow involved with Gannon's disappearance. And most cruelly, that Landon Hyatt, Gannon's mother, was involved with Gannon's disappearance. All of her actions were purposely designed by her to distance herself from what she did. Throw off investigators, buy her time, escape accountability for what she did to Gannon on January 27, 2020. At the conclusion of the evidence that we'll be presenting in this case, you'll be asked to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charges that we've leveled against her. You'll also be asked to determine whether she was sane or insane at the time that she killed Gannon. All of her decisions, all of her deliberate actions betray her claims of insanity. She knew that what she had done to Gannon was wrong. Why hide it? You'll hear her own voice through recorded phone calls and interviews. The evidence itself will prove her sanity. As jurors, part of your job will be to determine how much credibility, if any, you give to the witnesses. That same rule applies to expert witnesses. You'll get to hear from doctors. You'll get to hear from GPS expert witnesses. Lawyers get tongue-tied sometimes. And when they take the stand and take an oath, you get to judge whether what they are saying makes sense. Is it credible or not? And if it's not credible, you get to discard it. If it's credible, you can use it in your deliberations, but you all get to decide whether that credibility extends to that witness or not. The same will hold true for our expert witnesses and the defense expert witnesses. Get to hear from a doctor that will testify that the defendant was insane at the time of the murder of Gannon Stauch on January 27, 2020. With all expert witnesses, you should gauge what they're saying, measure it against the other evidence that you're hearing. Does it make sense or not? Like all expert witnesses, if it doesn't make sense, you can discard it. You'll also hear from others who knew her best. People that have the best opportunity to see how she was acting. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Could she form intent? People like Al Stauch, the man who was married to her. People like her brother, Dakota Lowry, who flew out here after Gannon went missing. And most importantly, her very own daughter, Harley Hunt. See, Harley Hunt was in the best position to know the defendant's state of mind, especially as it relates to when this crime occurred. He was the only other older person in the house. When Al left to Oklahoma, Harley Hunt was working. She's young, 17 years old at the time, thinking about going into the Air Force. But she becomes the defendant's closest confidant after the defendant killed Gannon Stauch. In fact, she also rode with the defendant on that van ride from Colorado Springs to Florida. She'll be able to tell you in her own words whether the defendant understood the difference between right and wrong, whether she could act intentionally or deliberately or not. And she'll tell you that she could on both counts. Remember, this case is about two people. Gannon had no choice what happened to him that day on January 27th. The other, this defendant, she held every single decision in her hands. She took deliberate, thoughtful actions that ended a precious life and tore a family apart. Your job as jurors will be to listen intently to all of the evidence. Because even the most mundane evidence, it might seem inconsequential when you're listening, is being given to you purposely so that you can make the determinations you need to make as jurors. Did she understand the difference between right and wrong? Was she able to form a culpable mental state? Every single piece of evidence that comes from this chair will be used by you to make that determination. The next time I get to talk with you directly the way I'm doing right now, I don't mean we've concluded evidence and we're giving closing arguments. At that time, both sides will get to ask you to make determinations based on what you all have heard. We're going to ask you to hold us to our burden of proof. The criminal justice system doesn't work if you don't hold us to our burden of proof. Our burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. The things we have to prove are the elements of the crimes charged. We also have to disprove that the defendant is insane, meaning essentially we have to prove that she was sane. The evidence will do that for you. We will ask you to give justice to Gannon Stauch. We will ask you to find this defendant guilty for what she did to him more than 3 years ago. We'll ask you to find her guilty of murder in the first degree. Murder in the first degree of a child under 12 years of age. Tampering with a deceased human body for taking Gannon's body from that scene and transporting it across the country. And tampering with physical evidence. We'll ask you to convict her on each and every one of those charges. And the evidence will guide you towards those convictions. On January 27, 2020, 6:55 p.m., the defendant herself called 911. She called 911 to report that Gannon was missing and not come home. Call taker you'll hear ask the defendant, who was the last person to see Gannon?
Who was the last person to see him? I guess me.
The evidence will show that she was the last person to see Gannon alive. The evidence will show that she was sane on January 27, 2020, when she ended Gannon's life. The evidence will show that she acted intentionally and deliberately when she took Gannon's life. And then we will ask you to convict her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Defense? Mr. Cook?
Good afternoon, members of the jury. I talked to some of you during jury selection over the last couple of weeks. To some of you, I want to reintroduce myself. My name is Will Cook. I, along with Mr. Cellini, represent Letecia Stauch. Now, this is a very tough case. We looked at the jury questionnaires, prosecution. There was a lot of strong feelings. Questionnaires. Have you formed an opinion about Ms. Stauch? Had a lot of she's guilty. Had a few she's evil. People forming opinions about this case before they ever hear one shred of evidence. As a defense attorney in this case is very worrisome when people have come in and they have preconceived notions of what's going on. With respect to the question on the paperwork that you got about insanity, what do you think about insanity? Is it valid? Something that's legitimate. A lot of people said sanity is just a way to get out of taking responsibility. It's an excuse. It doesn't exist. It's fake. Got a lot of that. So I, as a defense attorney, have two big problems in the case. I represent Ms. Stauch, who, according to a lot of jury questionnaires, is evil and guilty. And us raising insanity is a bunch of BS. A lot to deal with. Been looking at this case for going on 3 years now. All the photos, I've seen all the reports Mr. Tellini has. It's a lot. What you saw on the board this afternoon, that's the PG stuff, the rated G information, photos you're going to see. For a general audience, go forward in this case, you're going to see the autopsy photos. You're going to see the photos of when Gannon was brought out of the suitcase. And they're horrible. Horrible. It was an awful, awful thing that was done to Gannon. And I see Mr. Allen get up here and he's emotional, almost into tears talking about it. And I get it. I get it. What happened to that little 11-year-old boy is beyond description. The facts of this case. Awful. You know, it's so bad. This is a lost cause. Ladies and gentlemen, I can't quit. I can't leave this courtroom. Got to do my job in this case. Mr. Tellini does. I can't just, after that opening statement, all the information that I've seen, the photos, the smiling picture of Gannon, hearing about him being shot and stabbed multiple times. Hundreds of witnesses and 800 pieces of evidence that are going to come in. I can't check out now and just sit down and write this out. I can't do it because it wouldn't be fair. Wouldn't be fair to the court system, the process, and it wouldn't be fair to Ms. Stauch. And I know people will say, well, who gives a shit about what's fair for Ms. Stauch? The court systems do. The law does. The Constitution, the Bill of Rights. The war fought over these things that we're dealing with today. Old school laws, the presumption of innocence, right to remain silent, stuff that comes all the way back from old Boston and Paul Revere riding through the streets on his horse going, the British are coming, the British are coming. Old stuff, and it matters. And once we decide something in the media, before you have heard one shred of evidence, prejudge this case before anything has taken place, then all of that is lost. And we are truly a country that is no longer ruled by law, but by the media. I get it. We've lost. Mr. Cellini, we lost. Stout, we lost. We have lost in the court of public opinion and the media. He's guilty. I get that. This is a court of law. As Judge Werner said, come through those double doors there. This is a special place. This isn't the media. This isn't Facebook. Wash all of that away. Don't try to get up and walk out of the courtroom before you started. Do your jobs. Listen to the evidence. When the evidence is complete, go back into the jury room and weigh the evidence. All I'm asking of you, just give us a fair shake. I can see it in your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of you, as far as you're concerned, I could burn in hell for representing Miss Stauch. A lot of you won't even make eye contact with me. I might as well just be the devil himself up here running his mouth. But I'm not. No different than those three at that table right there. Paid advocates. Werner here in Voir says they are paid advocates. Leanie and I were paid advocates. They have their side of the story. And I just want to be heard. Want our side to be heard. And if at the end, guilty, but you weighed the evidence, you listened, you didn't prejudge the case, your biases, your sympathies, your prejudices that you had at the beginning of this trial, if you didn't let those come in, were fair and impartial, but it's still guilty, I'll take that. I'll take that in a case like this. A lot of evidence. Very, very difficult case. So don't quit on me. Now, Mr. Allen is right. He's a good attorney. He's well-spoken. The elected DA. This is going to come down to insanity. Maybe here. And was killed back in January 20. How do you figure that out? How do you look into the mind of a sick person and divine what they are thinking? Well, evidence, people's statements, observations, recorded statements, phone call, heard Ms. Stauch talking on. That's good stuff. What else can you look at? Motive. Somebody's motive. Remember that word? Up every day during jury selection for the past 2 weeks by the prosecution. Motive. You were told, and rightly so, by the prosecution that there is no requirement for the prosecution to prove motive. They're right. Does that mean that motive doesn't matter? No, it doesn't. Not mean that. Even though jury instruction talking about insanity, the prosecution just put up on the board, talked about motive or lack of motive could be a sign that there is insanity or not insanity. And it's in the jury instruction there. So it does matter. It's not required, but it matters. And it matters because it's evidence. You don't have a motive, that goes to show a lack of evidence. Say there's a couple people involved in a shooting and a murder out in the community. Paper reports it as a random, senseless act of violence. One person shot to death. Police investigate. They have 3 people that are suspects that were there at the scene at the time of the shooting. One problem for the investigators, really have any other evidence. A week later, doing some good police work, they uncovered that one of the 3 people was a drug dealer who was ripped off the week before the shooting by the dead man. A lot of money and drugs were stolen. All of a sudden, with that information, this random, senseless act of violence becomes a murder with a motive. It does matter. Could you?
You need to put it up. It's not hooked up yet. You can turn off the perimeter lights if you want. I'm not getting the feed come through. You are hooked up to the defense. Still not coming through. Oh, there you go.
Enlarge that or
That's what you're looking for, right?
that's the photo. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will turn your attention to the 2 boards, screens. This fancy pointer that you were alluding to, Judge. Extendable. All right, we've got a photo here. We've got some familiar looking faces. Gannon, Letecia Stauch. Stepmom, stepson. Gannon's little sister in the back. You look at that. Looks like everybody's doing pretty good. Happy, sunny day. Maybe Miss Stauch is doing a selfie, holding the camera out, whatever. When would have this photo been taken? The day before Gannon died. The day before he was killed. It wasn't a photo of evil, anger. A photo of someone, by all accounts, who was a loving stepmother, care of Gannon. Gannon's father was on a deployment. Stauch worked as a teacher herself in the Whitefield School District, an elementary school teacher. Got a person that was, living, it seemed like the American dream in a nice suburban house in Morrison Ranch, suburbs of Colorado Springs, Colorado. But behind those photos and Miles Stauch. Oh, you.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. Stauch was hiding Stauch was dealing trauma and abuse that had been going on since she was a toddler. A troubled childhood. Mother wasn't really much of a mother. She had a line of stepdads or boyfriends or whatever. Her mother come in and out, come in and out, in and out, in and out of her life. From the time she was 3 or 4 years old, Miss Stauch, until she finally moved out. And she suffered. She suffered horrifically from these stepfathers, these boyfriends of her mother. Watched her mother get beat by the boyfriends, physically abused, till eventually the physical abuse, these men reserved for her mother, eventually trained on the Stauch kid. Little girl. First, it was just physical beatings, whoopings, emotional abuse, verbal abuse, and then it became sexual, where she was molested regularly. Five or six until she was a teenager. Constant. She used to have to sleep in the car out in the driveway to get away, not have to molested and sexually assaulted by these men. Sleep in the car in the driveway of her house. And because her mom wasn't around a lot, it's kind of an absentee mom. A lot of these stepfathers, if you could call them that, cared for Miss Stauch exclusively. Mom was out somewhere doing something, gone for several weeks at a time. And Miss Stauch, as a young child and a young woman and a teenager, was left in the care of these men. How do you deal with this? You're 6, you're 7 years old. What do you do? physical abuse, sexual abuse, emotional abuse. How does a kid handle that? Well, a lot of people that have had bad childhoods go on and they're fine. There's some that don't. Some is a survival mechanism. Some of these children's personalities fragment. And why do they do this? This fragmentation of the personalities when there's abuse at a young age. Because in the case of Ms. Stauch, her abuser was also the person that provided her means for survival. A 4, 5, 6-year-old kid does not go out and get a job and work and acquire their own food, pay the electric bill, pay the rent. So while they're being abused, they also, as a matter of survival, have to both hate and love, to fear and placate their abuser / caretaker. How does a person do that? Well, I think in a lot of situations, no one person can do that. That's where the fragmentation personality comes in. All the good and all the bad, all the evil and the hate can't reside in one place. And I know some of you, based on your jury questionnaires, think I'm telling some fanciful tale about this. I get it. I read the questionnaires. But as such, you have sworn an oath multiple times to follow the law and the evidence. Don't like insanity or dissociative identity disorder. That's okay. Joke or an excuse or not valid. That's okay. It's okay if you think that outside those doors. In here, you got to believe it's a legitimate mental health defense, that in fact it exists and that it is scientifically backed. You're going to hear doctors, sworn experts on both sides. So yeah, it's in the DSM-4 or 5, which is the book of psychological ailments and issues psychologists and psychiatrists use to diagnose things. It's listed accepted in the scientific community issue, a real issue, dissociative identity called multiple personalities. Now, whether you believe or their experts believe what our expert believes about whether it was present in this Stauch's case, different issue. But you must, to be fair, impartial, and unbiased, you must believe that it is a possible defense. It is a valid defense. It is a valid defect or disease of the mind. that triggers the insanity provisions under the Colorado laws. Laws that trigger when we bring in some testimony or some evidence that there is insanity causes the rules, the laws to pivot. So that the prosecution has the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt. Let's say. In this case, circle back around. Why all of that just matters. Going back to motive. Let's wait. Evidence. Exhibits, photos, videos. We're going to be in here for 8 weeks. School's going to be out. Making plans for our Labor Day barbecues, not Labor Day, barbecues by the time we get done. But you know what you're probably not going to hear? In all that time with all those exhibits, all that evidence. All those witnesses. You're not going to hear about a motive. You're not going to be given a motive about why Ms. Stauch. January 2020. Reason is there is no motive. There is no reason. Doesn't make sense. It's insane. Smiling photo. Next day, Shannon's gone. No reason for it. Prosecution may say, oh, well, makes it that more tragic that it was such a pointless death of Gannon. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate on that. But there was some major psychotic crack that went on during this time. Go from teacher, loving stepmother to 2 children, loving mother to her own child, Harley, a person that Gannon's father entrusted his own 2 kids, watched and loved and by this woman here. Being a killer of a 11-year-old boy. How do you get there? Big jump. There is no explanation for it. I don't have one. She broke on that day, ladies and gentlemen. She broke. Broke from all that was right. Made sense. And the acts putting Gannon's body in a suitcase and traveling 1,300 miles. Whole of Florida and throwing the suitcase, Gannon's body in it. Side of an overpass. Different stories she told. She was raped by somebody. Person who raped her kidnapped Gannon. Hear all the stories. The prosecution's going to play it for you. These are all signs and evidence of a mind, a soul that is broken, most fundamental and profound way. So broken, doesn't even know what it was doing. What was going through that person's head? The killer Gannon's head. Stauch's head. All the stab wounds, the shootings, the bruisings, the beatings, the burns. What was going through that person's head? I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. For the person that she was killing that day, attacking, I wasn't Gannon. Wasn't Gannon to her. Wake up that day and go, I'm gonna kill him. No. She was killing the demons. Her life from the dark depths of her childhood and her life. You're gonna hear different doctors. We have a Dr. Dorothy Lewis. She's from Yale. She's been at it a long time. An MD. Got a lot of experience with this. Her legal medical opinion is that on the date of this offense, Ms. Stauch was legally insane. Now, the prosecution is going to have some witnesses from our state mental hospital in Pueblo that I imagine are going to say, no, she was perfect. She knew what she was doing. It's normal behavior for a person to do that. Yeah, she had some mental issues and everything like that, but everybody does, but they don't know what he killed an 11-year-old boy. And that is true. A lot of people do have mental health issues. Those talked about in voir dire. Will have very severe mental health issues. They don't go out and kill people. And they don't go out and kill 11-year-old boys or their stepsons. They had had a nice hike just the day before, as evidenced by that photo. Don't stab the stepson dozens of times. Discharged 3 bullets, a 9mm handgun at the boy, hitting him once, killing him once. Beat him, burn him, and do all these other things you're going to hear about. Wrong, and it's horrible. she not saying. And she will be held accountable. Not guilty by reason of insanity. We'll get a jury instruction. It's about a paragraph long. It indicates in that case, and I think Judge Warner alluded to it, to one panel of potential jurists in the last couple of weeks. She's found guilty, then it's guilty. She's subject to regular sentencing by the court. But if I'm not guilty by reason of insanity, doesn't mean she walks out of here. She's committed to the state hospital, Colorado Department of Human Services, and they take over from there, the state mental hospital. That's not what we're dealing with here now. So I know there is a natural urge, human urge, a real urge. You hear about that little boy with that big bright smile that you saw on the screen. Hear about what happened to him. Want to make somebody pay. Want to make somebody pay dearly. Not right. Happened to that young. Awful. But not providing doubt, constitutional protections for presumption of innocence, the right to remain silent, placing the burden of proof squarely on the shoulders of the prosecutor, letting bias or sympathy come in and cloud your judgment. Not going to bring Gannon back. Prejudging the case by what you've heard in the media. They do no good. No, we have a tragedy here. And we know it's terrible. But just listen to the evidence, as I started out with. Don't check out. It's going to be easy. Went into week 6, hearing all these witnesses and looking at evidence. You're going to want to check out. You're going to want to form your decision soon in this case. But you can't do that. For the next 6 to 8 weeks while we're in this trial, can't form an opinion. Warner was telling you that. You're in an evidence gathering phase now. You're gathering the facts. Like Judge Warner's famous Denver omelets. This is the ingredient gathering stage. Okay? It's in the cooking stage. When you go back to the jury room after all the evidence is in, you start putting the ingredients together. For omelet or just a ham and cheese omelet. Whether you've got a guilty, not guilty, or not guilty by reason of insanity, based on the evidence, the ingredients. When you're in the jury room, that's when you start putting it together. Just writing down, taking notes, taking it all in. Why the judge Mentioned several times to you today. I don't want y'all talking about the case amongst yourselves. Kind of a special, hidden, quiet place, this courtroom, especially you jurors. I don't want y'all talking about the case because that leads to deliberating and judgment. It's in the judgment phase. So thank you for your time. Thank you, everybody, for coming back. We'll be spending a lot of time together over the next couple months, so keep an open mind. Put a lot of the bad stuff out of your mind for now. What the prosecution has to say, hear what the defense has to say. At the end of this, as Mr. Allen said, when he's concluded his opening statement, he said, I'm going to come back in a couple months and ask you to find her guilty. I or Mr. Tellini in 2 months are going to ask you to find her not guilty by reason of insanity. Now the trial starts. Had opening statements, you've had all that now. He said, and I said, it's not evidence. Projected up on the board and the videos and the audios that he played. That's not evidence. Or what the judge said. If you had to deliver a verdict right now, it's not guilty. Woman right here is not guilty. He's presumed innocent. Not telling you to like it. I'm just telling you that's the way it is. I'm going to stop now because I'm running out of steam. But I really, really, really do appreciate your time. I know the judge, days due, said earlier, you know, you're the ones that are making the sacrifice. You're the ones that, you know, are losing money because you're not able to go to work. That, you know, your workspaces, your offices are idle because you're going to be here for 2 months. What we do, this is where we work, all of us, the attorneys, we pay. They're the ones that make the sacrifice in this case. And I do appreciate it. And on behalf of my attorney, Mr. Tellini, I know he appreciates it. Thank you.
Todd, can you get the last perimeter light, please? I'm not sure which one it is. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give you a little bit of roadmap as to what you can expect and where we go from here. As I said this morning, opening statements are not evidence. Their purpose is only to help you understand what the evidence will be. Keep in mind that in this case, as in every case, attorneys are paid advocates. Their job is to persuade you that evidence proves or does not prove a particular point. And as I said earlier, nothing an attorney says is evidence, and they do not take an oath to tell you the truth. Next, the prosecution will offer evidence. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits received in evidence, and stipulated, admitted, or judicially noticed facts. After the prosecution's evidence, the defendant may present evidence in her own behalf, but she is not required to do so. I want to remind you that the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The prosecution must prove the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant does not have to prove her innocence or call any witnesses or introduce any evidence. At the conclusion of the evidence, I will tell you the rules of law which you are to use in reaching your verdict. I will read those rules of law to you, and you will be allowed to take them with you to the jury room during your deliberations. After you have heard all of the evidence and the instructions, the prosecution and the defense may make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, closing arguments are not evidence. The prosecuting attorney will have the opportunity to reply to the closing argument made by the defense. You will then go to the jury room to deliberate on a verdict. Your purpose as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and your decision must be based solely upon the evidence. It is my job to decide what rules of law apply to the case. You must follow all of the rules as I explain them to you. You may not follow some and ignore others. Even if you disagree with or do not understand the reasons for some of the rules, you must follow them. You will then apply these rules to the facts which you have determined from the evidence. In this way, you will determine whether the prosecution has proven the guilt of the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. At times during the trial, attorneys may make objections. That's the part in the TV show or movie where one lawyer asks a question and the other one stands up and objects. On TV, the lawyers start to argue with each other, and then sometimes they go up to the bench and they argue with the judge. I know you're going to be surprised, but that doesn't happen in real life. The lawyers in this room have years of experience. They know that the procedure in this case is governed by a written set of rules that apply to all criminal cases called the Colorado Rules of Criminal Procedure. They also know that the evidentiary matters are governed by a written set of rules called the Colorado Rules of Evidence, which apply to all case proceedings, to all cases proceeding to trial. Watch the lawyers, and you will observe that what really happens is that an objection is made. I will ask for an explanation, something like grounds, for the objection, and the response from the attorney will be something like hearsay or foundation or relevance or 404. And most of the time, watch the attorneys closely. Most of the time, the attorneys will state an objection in 5 words or less. There's not a whole lot of arguing that's going on during that time period. And regardless, the argument is never directed to opposing counsel because I'm the one making the ruling and not opposing counsel. So in reality, the lawyers rarely come up to the bench to argue a point because all they need to do is reference the rule, case, or principle they are relying upon for their objection. In any event, the objection simply means that the lawyer is requesting that I make a decision on a particular rule of law. It is the duty of a lawyer to object to evidence which they believe may not be properly offered. Do not draw any conclusions from the objections or from my rulings on the objections. If I sustain an objection to a question, the witness may not answer it. As jurors, you must draw no inferences from the question or speculate as to what the witness would have said if permitted to answer. At other times, I may instruct you not to consider a particular statement that was made. You must not consider any evidence to which an objection has been sustained or which I have instructed you to disregard. Such evidence is to be treated as if you had never seen or heard it. We talked about the notebooks that you have and the juror questions and the process for doing that. They know where to meet, Mr. Combs? They know where to meet in the morning? All right. Give us just a few minutes and we will get you the parking passes. They're on a lanyard, so keep them because that's what you'll need to get in and out of the juror parking lot. The issue about the truck. Haven't solved it yet. And there's a juror that cannot get into the parking garage because of size of vehicle. Who is that? Just raise your hand. Don't leave yet. We'll talk to you. We'll talk to you. I mean, you can leave the courtroom, but don't leave the courthouse just yet. And for the rest of you, it's going to take just a couple of minutes, unless Todd, you want to run down there on my bookshelf. Do you know where that is? Okay. And so Todd, oh no, I mean, wait, Todd, come back. It's all good. Eric. So he's going to get you the lanyards with parking passes on them. Use them to come in, and we will talk with juror number 14 about what to do with your situation. We have a solution. Rachel, you still here somewhere? Stick around. We need to talk. I think we can use the same solution that we did for the other juror that was coming back at 11. That work? Okay. All right. We have a solution, so just hold on and we will get to you. With that, if I can have everyone, you'll know where to meet Mr. Combs in the morning and how to get into the building. We should be able to start right on time tomorrow at 9 o'clock. What you can expect is that we will start with witnesses. We will take a break for 15 or 20 minutes, somewhere between 10 and 10:30. Then we will proceed on to lunch at noonish, come back 1:15, 1:30, have a break 15, 20 minutes, somewhere between 3 and 3:30 in the afternoon, then recess at 5 o'clock. That's how your day will look every day from here on out. The other thing that you should expect, so that it doesn't catch you off guard, is that every day that we start trial after today, well, I did it this morning actually, but every day that we start trial from here on out, I will ask you a question. And that is, it will be the same question every day. You're going to get sick of hearing it, but it's the same question that I'm going to be asking. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe that you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. So that's why those admonitions that I said about avoiding press, avoiding opinions, avoiding research, all of those things, they all come into play. It's important. This is an important process. So with that, your discharge, we'll see you in the morning. All rise for the jury, please. Right. The only one that I knew of was juror 3. Before you step out real quick, does anybody aside from juror 3 need a letter? Okay. All right. We got it. Thank you. So juror 16 and juror 3. Thank you. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I want to clear up one thing on the record. Because I think it's an issue in, where is this? Where's it listed at though? Huh, okay. I just want to make sure that the count that you are dismissing is count 3, child abuse resulting in death.
Correct. So count 1 is murder in the first degree. 2 is child under 12. 3 is the child abuse resulting in.
Okay.
That's the one that requires an accumulation of injuries, all that kind of thing, not providing. That was charged before Gainon's body was ever recovered. When Gainon's body was recovered, we added 1, which is now murder in the first degree.
Okay, so this would have been, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's count 3 of the amended information.
Okay, and that's what I wanted to check on, because the original complaint information that was filed on March 11 only has 4 counts, and count 3 is tampering with a deceased human body, and in that one, count 2 is the child abuse resulting in death. So it looks like what happened, they didn't realize the amendment, and when they put it in, that's what the conflict is.
The amendment was filed probably March 18th, roughly.
I have March 20. Yeah. Okay. So what you are proposing to dismiss is the one knowingly or recklessly caused an injury or unreasonably placed in a situation that posed a threat of injury to life, health, or safety by engaging in a continued pattern of conduct that resulted in cruel punishment, mistreatment, and accumulation of injuries. That's the one you're wanting to dismiss.
So count 3 in the amended information.
So it's the amended information. That's where the hang up is. Okay, I think we've got that resolved. Okay, so have your witnesses here 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. We should be able to start right on time at that point. And Rachel, I want to talk to you when we're done. Is there anything else that we need to address from the prosecution? Defense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Rachel, can you come back in the back hallway for a minute, please? All right, court will be in recess. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That defense statement, guys. Whew. Wow. I'm just screenshotting real quick her standing up for those of you guys who can't zoom in on your phones or you don't know how. So let me get this and we'll pop it over on the screen. I believe I see Al and Landon. Like Al is sitting slightly behind Mike Allen, and I think so is. I want to say they're both there. And then, of course, T's pew is empty. Her seat. So let me send this over to my phone, or to the computer, I mean. And then I will pull it up for you guys. I just did that, and then I did a couple other screenshots of some of the evidence that they were putting up on the screen, which wasn't much. I hate that she's able to hide in the corner where she is, though. It's very frustrating. Very, very frustrating. So today was an earlier day. It sounds like tomorrow and going forward, we are going to be looking forward to a much longer day. Sorry, the kids are playing in the background here. So let me get these photos saved over real quick, and we will pull them up. Just trying to zoom in on the things. I'm going to start about 15 minutes beforehand. They were able to make the other judges. Okay, I'll work on that tomorrow, Rexy. I didn't want to mess with it too much because I was worried that I would accidentally exit out of it and we would miss a couple words or something along those lines. But before they get started up, I will work on that tomorrow. So this is her. Standing there just as greasy as ever. It looks like she decided to dress, though. I mean, that's a white shirt. That does not look like jail uniforms. So this is the link for tomorrow, guys. Why don't you click it now? Go ahead and set a reminder for yourself. I look forward to watching this with you guys. Yeah, where she is seated, she won't be able to see the TV and evidence pictures. She was looking at them every time that they popped them up. I'm not sure how well she can see them, but she did appear to be looking at them. Good luck with that, Natasha. Yeah, she looks like Krilla. She looks like something. She reminds me of that thing that crawls out of the well on The Ring. Do you know what I'm talking about? That was one of the concerns, Miracle Hearts, is where they were going to shackle her down, basically. No, that is not Landon, I don't think. I mean, I don't think it's her. It very well could be. And the only reason I say I don't think that's her is because she's sitting on the defense side. Let me see if I can scroll back and get you guys what I think is Al and Landon. I think Al and Landon are actually sitting right next to each other, but I'm not entirely sure. It's really hard to see with this camera. It's possible. It's possible, T. Sorry. She is. She's singing because she's a princess. As loud as she can. Let me see. It's nice on your phone because you're able to like zoom in. I don't think I can from the computer here though. Let me just scroll back a second, but I'm pretty sure. So if you look right in between Mike Allen and this guy here, Al leans forward and you can tell it's Al. Like, I mean, it's very, very much so Al. And there's a woman with blonde hair sitting next to him. Now, is that his new wife or is that Landon? I'm not sure. But it's really hard to see, especially in this spot where I have the lights off. But you can tell whenever you zoom in that this is Albert. I just don't know who the woman is next to him definitively. But I know that they have sat in together at every other trial. Like every other one, they have always sat together. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're sitting together again. Landon and her aunt behind T. That's very possible. And I know that they were talking about the seating and things like that. And the judge basically was like, no, like the defense has their seat and then the prosecution has theirs and they have to figure it out. So I don't know what that statements and stuff were about. But yeah, this could be Landon right there. I mean, that facial features do look like Landon in a blurry type of way. So it's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. I wish that the cameras themselves were zoomed in better and all of the things, but I'm just so thankful that the audio was decent today. I know regardless that Landon is probably going to want to be staring her down and be able to watch her every step of the way. Yeah, she was on the prosecution side. Okay. Were you there, Crime Curious? Did you make it into court? So that's probably her sitting next to Albert then. Probably to pressure T. No. They're not sitting next to each other and they did not acknowledge each other. Okay. But she is on the prosecution side. So I didn't see her then. What? Melissa. Okay, his new wife. Did you make it then into the courtroom? Yeah, not surprised. And that's fine. I mean, I'm sure that they have their own support systems that they want to be with them through this. I know I would. So, and that's okay. Yeah, I think Rand's bombed you. You had to go back and re-listen. I want to listen to it again too, actually. I'm going to go through and listen to the defense and the prosecution again. Defense was seriously blowing my mind, though. It really, really was. So I'm amazed that you made it into court that fast, Crime Curious. You must live really close or have been live like from the court because you like ended your live and then they started not too long after that. So All right, guys. Well, I will see you tomorrow morning. I look forward to, yeah, defense on 2 times speed, right? I look forward to being here and meeting up again tomorrow. So hit the like button if you guys haven't already. Make sure you hit the reminder for tomorrow. Here is that. And I will talk to you all later. Have a good night, guys. Bye. Oh my gosh, I just realized I shared my screen to show you guys that. And I totally had that overlay up, didn't I? So you couldn't even see anyways. I am so sorry. Such a dummy. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, she's wearing Dalmatian or cow print. Right? All right, guys. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.